Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this very exciting discussion we'll be having today on rethinking ASM formalization, how COVID-19's disruption can be catalyzed for development. It is my singular honor to welcome you to this discussion and bid you a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you're joining us from the globe. My name is Caroline Gonze. I am the officer in charge at the UNFPA Liaison Office to the Africa Union and to the UN Economic Commission for Africa. As many of you are aware, this forum marks the outcomes from a global collaborative effort coordinated by Delve to understand the impacts of COVID-19 in 22 ASM producing countries. And today we are going to hear from very many of the partners who contributed to this data collection initiative, along with other leading experts in the ASM sector globally. I will be moderating our opening conversation to kick off today's event, and I'm joined by a stellar lineup of panelists who are known to very many of you. We will be having today Christopher Sheldon, who is the practice manager with the Energy and Extractives Global Practice of the World Bank. We will also be speaking with Greg Radford, who is the director of the Secretariat of the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development. And we will also hear from Cristina Villegas, who is the director of the Mines to Market program at Pact. Once we have started the conversation with these stellar panelists, there will be 4 other upcoming panels, which will be speaking to the impact of COVID-19 on human capital, and we will hear about the impact on health, on education, employment, and all other dimensions that make up the human capital angle for the ASM sector. We will thereafter also be exploring the impact of COVID-19 through a gender lens. We know that already ASM has differential impacts on men and women in the sector. The added impact of COVID-19 has really brought to the fore the glaring impacts, including through a shadow pandemic we have heard of, through the gender-based violence. And so we're going to hear more about a lot of how COVID-19 is impacting the ASM sector through a gender lens. We will thereafter be unpacking the disruptions across mineral supply chains, where we will be looking at the midstream and downstream supply chains and the place of the ASM sector in integrating into these supply chains going forward. And we will be winding up with serious reflections on where do we go from here, from disruption to development. How are we catalyzing the ASM sector to reach its potential? Now, these 4 panels will feature 25 speakers covering over 15 different countries. So clearly, this is a very global event. This is an event that will have a lot to offer in these discussions going forward on how do we really catalyze the ASM sector going forward post-COVID-19, even as we build back better. As we have had, when we're getting into this decade of action, we are 1 year into the decade of action, 2020-2030, for the attainment of the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have seen how COVID-19 has really impacted on the previous progress that had been gained, and there's been lots of rolling back on that. Many of you might be aware on the latest data that has come out basically this week, indicating that economic recovery post-COVID-19, particularly for the Africa continent, will face a financing gap of $345 billion over a 2-year period between now, December 2020, and the end of 2023. So we are really able to see the magnitude of this impact that has been measured and what needs to be done to build forward better. Now, to start off with this conversation, I want to invite each of the panelists who are going to share with us what they're looking forward to in today's forum. I will start off with you, Christopher. You have been following closely the developments of the ASM sector over your time at the World Bank. These last few months have put significant constraints on ASM communities around the globe, and the World Bank has been quite active in documenting and responding to the crisis. So what would you say is the topic that you're most interested to learn about today? And what are any other general reflections for the audience you have from where you sit at the World Bank? The floor is yours, Christopher.
Thank you very much, Caroline. It's a real pleasure to be with everybody today. So thank you for joining us, first of all, and that there's such a global conversation. So I think one of the first things that hit me was just how there's no borders or boundaries where this really wasn't impacting communities and people. So that's something that was very much on my mind when this crisis first happened, is how would this affect the health of those communities? That was my primary thought. But also, how would the shutdown in sort of more formal economies around the world potentially drive more people into artisanal mining, because the barriers to entry are lower. The income opportunities, I thought, could be good. We saw, for example, gold prices rising, that could see more people going into that. So initially, that was sort of my thinking. But when we got back to survey results, I realized that the health issues are definitely a concern, but that they were not the major concern of many of the artisanal mining communities, but it was the supply chain breakdown, how they couldn't get their products out, and likewise they couldn't get products back in, food products, for example, and how that was really impacting their communities. So I think what I'm looking forward to today is understanding a lot better the real challenges that the artisanal mining communities have been facing, so that we can better address those challenges and help support them through those times. So that's an example for me of where the value of the whole Delve platform and the network that was created really by bringing all these different people and groups that work together on artisanal mining into the Delve platform allowed us to be able to reach out to those communities, find out what the impacts were, and then feed that back into other instruments in the World Bank to mobilize additional financing to support those communities. So I became extremely grateful that we'd actually had the foresight to work with our partners to create Delve, first of all, but then also just that the information that we were getting back really helped us understand what some of the real issues were, not just what I thought they might be, but what they really were. So what I'm mainly looking forward to from today is just better understanding how things are now. I also am curious to know if there's been a shift since we did those surveys early in the crisis, if now things have changed and that there's other issues that we need to address. I'm mainly hoping to really hear the real heartfelt stories of people that are impacted by COVID in artisanal mining communities, so that I can really understand the challenges and then try to formulate ways to help support them to address those challenges. Thank you, Carolyn, and I'm looking forward to hearing what everybody else has to say as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Christopher, for that nice glimpse into what you are looking forward to as we carry on this discussion, and basically the collaborative efforts that has brought all these key partners together through the Delve platform and through the Delve infrastructure to make sure that basically varied contexts are covered within this discussion of the impact of COVID-19 on ASM. Now, as we carry on with the same thread of collaborative efforts and really bringing people together to coalesce around an idea, I want to turn to you, Greg. Knowing that the IGF is now made up of 76 member countries, that is a huge network of member countries and the other partners who are really working closely with the IGF and other key partners like the World Bank and the Delve platform. And since its inception, we know that ASM has been a key area of focus for the IGF. We also know that the IGF recently conducted a survey of its members on how the pandemic has impacted the ASM sectors, and basically how governments are responding to the crisis. And I think from the survey, it really seems as though the pandemic has hit the sector hard and has almost crippled the government's ability to support the sector. Greg, we just want to hear from you. Are you able to give us a few insights with this background? What are you looking most forward to from today's discussion?
Thanks, Caroline. Really appreciate the the opportunity to be here. As Christopher was saying, I echo the interest in hearing about what the current status of the activities are and how people are being impacted. So we do have 76 member governments. And what's interesting, roughly 2/3 of our government members are located in Africa and Latin America and Caribbean, where ASM is a significant part of their economic activity. And Caroline, as you mentioned, we undertook a survey over the summer to learn more about how the pandemic is impacting the domestic ASM sectors, with obviously a focus on how that impacts the sector, but also governments. We received respondents from 23 member governments across several different continents, so it's a pretty global survey that we had. And the short answer is, as expected, is the impact has been absolutely significant across both the mining community and communities as well. So one interesting piece of information is that roughly 50% over 50% of the respondents indicated that they were unable to provide any specific pandemic-related support measures to ASM miners. So that obviously exacerbated the impacts in those communities. Christopher mentioned some of the impacts that they've seen in their survey. And in our survey response, which were specifically governments, they identified health impacts, economic impacts, and illegal activities as the three most significant impacts that they've seen. So first and foremost, on the health side, it's obviously been absolutely substantial. ASM sites, which are often remote and difficult to access, they lacked the critical PPE equipment to enable reduction in the virus. Testing and contact tracing was nearly impossible. And health infrastructure in more of the remote ASM communities was lacking and missing. And that obviously increased the health threats from the pandemic. Economic impacts that our members talked about were obviously significant as well. So as a result of the lockdown measures, curfews, social distancing, physical distancing requirements, restricted access to the mining sites, as well as markets for both miners and government inspectors, which were limited. They experienced economic contraction, price volatility. Christopher mentioned supply chain disruptions, resulted in loss of jobs, slashed incomes, reduced cash flows in many areas, constraining the livelihoods of millions of ASM miners around the world. So for some, the inability to import parts and equipment due to the supply chain disruptions was identified as a significant impact in many of the countries. And then illegal activities was also raised. Illicit and illegal mining and trading activities resulted as part of the crisis. Travel restrictions impacted the ability of government inspectors to undertake enforcement of ASM laws and regulations. And beyond enforcement, support to ASM miners and communities was also limited. So for example, many training programs, extension services, NGO programming stopped at the early stages of the pandemic. So my colleague Alec Crawford will be part of the panel speaking later, and he'll provide more details about the survey that we undertook. So in summary, the challenges reported by our governments have been absolutely significant. And that's why I'm excited, and I think this event is so important, is to learn more about how people are addressing the pandemic, what innovative ways that stakeholders, whether it's governments, miners, or communities, how they're facing these challenges and how they're going to rebuild the sector post-COVID. So I really appreciate the opportunity for IGF to be part of this, and thanks, and I hand it back over to you, Caroline.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg. From Greg's insights and also Christopher's insights on disruptions to supply chains in the market, I'd like to turn this over to you, Christina. In your role as Director of Pact's Mine to Market program, the supply chain disruptions, the innovations, the significant impact from the source market to basically the purchase, the buyers have been quite significant in this COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. Now, Christina, you manage a diverse portfolio of activities supporting artisanal miners in a variety of countries and supporting supply chains, including supply chains on gold in the 3 Ts, the tin, tungsten, tantalum, supply chains of cobalt, and supply chains in gemstones. Now, having this awareness of the pandemic's impact in each of these contexts and the variety of ways of adaptations, response, innovations initiated, and this being a global event with panelists representing over 15 countries with their own lived experiences, are you able to speak to what you are excited about for this to be a global conversation on COVID-19 and ASM? Over to you, Christina.
Yes, thank you so much, Carolyn, and thank you so much for having us. What I'm looking forward to most is hearing from the miners and their associations. And I know the organizers have spent a lot of time to collect their testimonies, and they'll be sprinkled out throughout this event. So that's number one. Number two, I'm looking forward to hearing from other people who work within mining supply chains at a very deep level, at the field level, working hand in hand to reform. You know, when COVID broke out, I couldn't sleep. I knew what it meant, and the data that we ended up collecting through a number of partners, over 20, showed that to be true. When miners don't have a buyer, they don't have food. So they often tell me, what I mine, I eat. So when they don't mine, they don't have cash and they can't buy food for that night. That is the subsistence level that so many communities are operating at. And I knew this to be true. I was getting messages from our association partners telling me this as well. And the supply chain backs up very quickly. And one thing that we realized was, COVID was going to reveal and exacerbate pre-existing vulnerabilities. One thing we did in the very beginning was respond with humanitarian relief. So we partnered with anyone who would partner with us, including other nonprofits. We just hustled and we focused on food relief, soap, hand washing stations, finding whatever partners who would act versus just be paralyzed with fear. Now we're shifting to developmental responses. And one thing I wanted to just talk about was the remarkable partners who have stepped up. We've seen large-scale mining partners really step up to this because they realize that these are community members, these are staff. What De Beers has done in Sierra Leone is remarkable. They did not have to do that, and that's remarkable. They really chose to be there for their ASM partners for the Gem Fair initiative. What Trafigura, the second biggest private trader in the world, did in DRC is remarkable. They've chosen also to invest in humanitarian relief through their existing program footprints and partners. And the ASM associations have also shown remarkable leadership. And that's one huge takeaway from my perspective as we kind of pivot to developmental responses, is how can we elevate these remarkable leaders who are there in the miners' darkest hour? How can we really deepen our partnerships with them? How can we strengthen them? And how can we elevate those people who responded? And I also want to mention some downstream actors who also responded. So in the jewelry sector, which is what I work in a lot, through the transparency programs that we've been innovating on the last couple of years, the jewelry sector has gotten to know its supply chain. And it's these small independent jewelers that make up the majority of who makes jewelry around the world. They responded through crowdfunding because they got to know Hadija, they got to know Mary, they got to know Wanahana. And they knew, like me, that they couldn't just sit there. So for Pact, we're really thinking about recognizing these existing vulnerabilities that were there before COVID, focusing on building partnerships with those organizations, again, that chose to act, elevating local partners like those ASM associations, and focusing on remote buying, because that's one of the key vulnerabilities that I think contributed to so much of this. And we're doing some remote buying model innovation with Moyo Gems. The Moyo Gems program is something that I've been involved with the last couple of years. So I'm looking forward to learning more ideas from this session, and really looking at the quantitative data and what it tells us. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Christina, for bringing us down to the lived experiences of the miners and the miners associations from your work with the Pact Mine to Market program. And I would like to sincerely thank the panelists we've had today. We've had Christopher Sheldon from the World Bank, we've had Greg Bradford from the IGF, and Christina Villegas from Pact for their insights and for telling us what they're excited for going forward. As we wrap up this first panel session, I would really like to also say that I'm excited to learn about what is coming out in the 4 panel sessions we'll be getting into, and basically the place of data in all this, because we know that data helps you to know where to look, what actions to take, and who to look out for to make sure that no one is left behind. Now, as we wind up this great opening conversation, I would like to hand over the session to the Delve team for our very first session on COVID-19's impact on human capital in ASM communities. And to begin the session, we will be hearing from representatives of miner associations in Zambia, in Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and Indonesia. Over to the Delve team. Thank you.
We are Small Scale Miners Association of Zambia, about chairman, and would like to discuss some of the few things affecting small scale miners during this time of COVID. Recently, government through Ministry of Mines, it had to empower small scale miners. They had to partner up with United Nations Development Program. During this COVID, they were able to send some funds which we were able to disperse to our communities. And this is able to help to cushion up our communities in terms of foodstuffs. Because since we can't receive more buyers from outside, our people are being stuck to remove the gold, and they are not having food. So our aim is to go around the country in 10 provinces to go and distribute food packs to them. The other thing, I think government has put a lot of things in place in terms of mitigating measures to be able to mitigate the COVID-19 which has come, and we want to appreciate the efforts that are being made by government. I thank you.
My name is Jane Lusinger, a woman in miner in Matebeleland North in Zimbabwe. COVID-19 had a number of effects. At the beginning of the COVID lockdown, it disturbed the mine operations as no one was allowed to move and miners could not access the mining sites. Our mining is our livelihood. Without it, made it difficult to have an income, and we struggle to buy food as mining is our only source of income. So it was good when the lockdown ended. Some of our workers had gone back to their rural homes for survival and then got stuck there during COVID. COVID did a lot of damage in our livelihoods. Our production declined because all the money we used to buy food. And in that time of fear, to buy equipment and supplies for sanitization, this was very hard for us as our finances all went down. Thank you.
My name is Janet Adeyemi. I am the founder of Women in Mining, and Women in Mining has about 1,500 members with diverse backgrounds. COVID has tremendous impacts because during COVID, the country was completely shut down. So there was no mobility, and this in turn affected income and activities in the sector. Regionally, the gates were shut. People could not move from locations. As a result, both men and women were not able to improve on their livelihood, and this affected everything they were doing. The mining sector suffered other hardships such as the issue of violence, rape. School children were not going to schools, and because women are caregivers. So today, it gladdens my heart to have the opportunity to speak at a conference like this on the issues in the mining sector. Thank you.
Hello, I am Gatot Sugiharto, Chairman of the Indonesian Informal Miner Association, usually called APRI. Social distancing forced miners to reduce unnecessary activities, especially going to crowded places that usually spend money on things that are not important. Miners already implemented health protocol to prevent transmission of the coronavirus in mining area. Namely, keep the distance, wear masks, and always wash hands frequently. Many communities were able to make donations to other communities, such as give masks, foodstuff, and other daily necessities. Due to community mining is great job for at least 4 million Indonesian people, and also be a trigger for other economic activities. We hope that the government can accelerate the process of mining permit so that the community can work comfortably, safely, and sustainably. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us for the first full session of the COVID ASM Virtual Forum. My name is Nathan Schneck, and I serve as the Delve Program Officer at Pact, and will be helping moderate this first session, where we'll be focusing on the impacts the pandemic has had on health, food security, and other human capital elements within ASM communities. Thank you to Simon, Jane, Jeanette, and Gatot, who we just heard from, highlighting the impacts of in-country restrictions have had on miners' abilities to access mine sites, and as well as to efforts that have been made to distribute food and protective equipment to support community members. Next up, we have an exciting lineup of 4 different lightning talk presentations from partners who have collected data on the pandemic's impacts in Brazil, Mongolia, Niger, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. We hope you'll find these short, targeted presentations insightful and engaging. While the videos are playing, we encourage you to use the live chat function to submit your questions for our panelist discussion to happen after the videos. And with that, we'll queue up the videos.
Hello everybody. We will talk about how mining cooperatives are filling gaps in public health services to assist ASGM miners during the COVID pandemic in Brazil. We will show some highlights of our findings related to health and safety from the recent COVID impact reporting in ASGM communities. The pandemic has exposed some pre-existing conflicts and infrastructure deficiencies in the ASGM sector. However, it has also stimulated local collaboration and has encouraged self-organization and cooperation among the miners. Some of the key findings from the recent COVID impact reporting include 75% said that if they got sick from COVID, they do not expect to have adequate access to healthcare. 57% of the responders have received COVID relief services from government and other institutions. And in general, cooperatives play an important role to support the miners and the local communities.
During the pandemic, cooperatives have operated as a network to provide support for artisanal miners, including food and health assistance, and we have some examples about the local cooperation. In Peixoto de Azevedo, state of Mato Grosso, the cooperative has released a series of videos on social media to promote the preventive measures. The cooperative has also helped with emergency distribution of food supplies to the community. In Itaituba, state of Pará, WhatsApp groups are very helpful to exchange information about good prices, job opportunities, and share information about the pandemic. In Lourenço, state of Amapá, we observed that miners associated to the ASGM cooperative share information among themselves about the pandemic and establish a protocol of disinfection.
What about the gaps and the challenges that we have identified? Even being somewhat afraid to get sick from COVID, in general, the artisanal miners kept on working because their livelihood depends on mining. Gold mining activities in Brazil still represent an important process in the organization of the Brazilian Amazon, although it faces challenges related to the presence of illegal and informal miners. In general, the government's response to the COVID pandemic in remote ASGM communities in Brazil has been limited or even non-existent. Here are a few lessons learned during the COVID pandemic. The ASGM cooperatives that have been originally set up to achieve formalization have responded with self-organized activities to assist local communities and to ensure that the public authorities provided proper services to the people. The cooperatives have also centralized the dissemination of information related to the pandemic and preventative measures. In some cases, the cooperatives have also provided food supplies for members that have been left without income.
How the pandemic can help the quest for a better future in the ASGM sector? We believe that in the local perspective, the first step is to face the challenge uncovered by the pandemic, including the gaps in healthcare for the local communities. Also, preserve the dignity, the citizenship, and the well-being of the people is priority, and public policy and government commitment are also required for the change to be achieved and preserved in the long term.
Hello everyone, my name is Nazirke Bakad, and today I'm going to talk about COVID-19 impacts on ASM sector in Mongolia. Before I start, I would like to provide a few information about Mongolia. Over the last 30 years, as Mongolians have transitioned away from a centrally planned economy to a market-oriented economy, the mining sector has become a significant driver of the country's economy and wealth, accounting for 80% of Mongolian exports and over 70% of foreign investment in the country. In addition to herding and livestock production, mining is also a significant source of livelihoods in rural areas. Artisanal and small-scale mining takes place in most provinces in the country, employing estimated about 100,000 people. A third of these individuals are women, and 9.5% of them are formalized, artisanal, and small-scale miners. Despite legislative efforts to formalize and regulate the ASM sector and banning the use of mercury, the sector is still largely informal. In order to make the sector sustainable, however, more needs to be done to speed up and reinforce existing efforts to support formalization, financing options, technology enhancement, and information dissemination. There are three main challenges for the artisanal and small-scale miners in Mongolia. The first, legal framework and government decision. The government resolution on mineral extraction of artisanal and small-scale mining, renewed in 2017, has been a substantial step towards the improvement of the legal situation around artisanal mining. But in November 2019, Mongolian government issued another resolution against ASM resolution about restricting ASM activity by banning the new land approvals. Second, COVID-19 indirect impact. There wasn't any COVID-19 pandemic direct impact in Mongolia until this November. To be more precise, the first imported case of COVID-19 was registered on February 15, 2019. Since then, Mongolian government frequently took strict measures like closing borders, schools, public places, cinemas, sports centers, etc., which caused massive unemployment and loss of income sources of citizens during last 10 months. And I'm going to talk about more on the next slide. Third, unfortunately, Mongolia has lost COVID-19 first case within the country on the 11th of November, and everything went under strict quarantine regime until 1st of December 2020. But probability that quarantine period might exist is very high. As I mentioned on the previous slide, economical crisis, unemployment due to COVID-19, and legal framework limitations have triggered illegal activities covering 30,000 people in 34 provinces and 14 provinces in Mongolia from November 2019 to October 2020. Unfortunately, 14 people died during this illegal mining activity. And solutions. The importance of the solutions for the challenge are listed below. Mongolian government is taking quick actions against COVID-19 pandemic's spread. And secondly, economical policy measures and diversifying income sources. And the third is, after a lot of efforts, we managed to get positive attitude changes from Ministry of Mining and Heavy Industry and public. Currently, our team is working on the ASM legal framework development. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please comment on Q&A sector. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving us the chance today to talk about the work we've been doing on the artisanal gold mining sector in Niger, and especially on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. My name is Mathieu Cloutier. I'm an economist at the World Bank, and I am accompanied today by Dr. Kader.
Je suis Dr. Abdelkader Afan, consultant indépendant et vacateur à l'Université de Niamey au Niger. Dans le cadre de nos travaux avec la Banque mondiale, nous avons réalisé plusieurs études, particulièrement sur le secteur de l'orpaillage. Donc, je laisse Mathieu vous présenter le secteur et notre dernière enquête.
Gold is the principal artisanal mining sector in Niger. Others include gypsum, salt, sand, and cement, and others. Gold is principally concentrated in the southwest region of Tillabéri and the northeast region of Agadez. It employs between 100,000 and 200,000 people directly, but it also supports the livelihood of 2.7 million people. We received in June 2020 some funding from the Delve initiative to perform a survey to investigate the impact of the pandemic on the gold mining sector. To do so, we recruited an NGO to perform the surveys, and we had to adapt the training and the survey to the special conditions we were in. In the end, we interviewed 1,292 people in about 45 sites across Niger. I will now let Professor Kader, Dr. Kader, talk to us about the principal findings.
Il est sorti de notre travail d'enquête que la COVID-19 n'a pas eu beaucoup de conséquences sanitaires. Néanmoins, comme partout au monde, l'État a pris les dispositions. Comme mesure, il y a eu la fermeture des frontières. Cette mesure qui a eu des conséquences, comme on peut les voir sur le graphique, comme conséquence, nous avons eu la baisse du prix de l'or à hauteur de 30% sur tous les sites d'extraction de l'or. Contrairement à cette baisse du prix, on a assisté de l'autre côté à une augmentation des produits alimentaires, des matériaux et des produits chimiques utilisés dans l'exploitation et le traitement de l'or. Donc, ces deux impacts ont provoqué l'arrêt des activités sur la plupart des sites d'orpaillage, entraînant de facto le départ et l'abandon des sites par les orpailleurs. Donc, comme vous pouvez le voir sur la vidéo, les ateliers de broyage sont en arrêt par absence de la roche minéralisée. Donc, outre le départ des orpailleurs, l'arrêt de la production des sites d'orpaillage liés à la COVID a provoqué la perte d'emplois et de revenus pour les locaux exerçant des services indirects comme les chameliers qui exercent les transports locaux, donc les transporteurs locaux par camion, les restauratrices, ce qui accentue plus leurs conditions de vulnérabilité. Je laisse Mathieu vous présenter les autres résultats de notre enquête.
We did find a prevalence of many conditions that can be aggravating for COVID or associated to COVID. For example, 85% of people reported coughs and colds, and 33% reported lung or chest pain, general respiratory problems. We also used this opportunity of the survey to investigate broader health conditions on the sites, and we found a significant amount of workplace accident and injuries, fatigue, body aches, and other conditions that can be associated with very harsh conditions on the mining sites. These harsh conditions are linked to pits that go as deep as 300 meters, while the laws only allow for 30 meters. Also the presence of tunneling and unregulated use of explosives. Finally, there is a lot of chemicals that are involved in the mining process or the treatment process, including mercury and cyanide, as well as many dust and vapors that are in the air. Then this is all done without many protective gears, which Dr. Kader will elaborate on.
Tous les sites d'orpaillage ont un besoin urgent des services sociaux de base, comme les centres de santé, les écoles, les services d'hygiène, l'assainissement et surtout un besoin crucial en eau. Il n'y a aucune présence de l'État sur les sites pour assurer l'encadrement des orpailleurs sur l'utilisation des produits chimiques, des explosifs, l'hygiène et l'assainissement. Toutes les activités donc, se font aujourd'hui sans aucun moyen de protection individuelle. Pour éviter les risques d'accidents quotidiens et de maladies, il serait urgent de doter des sites d'orpaillage des services sociaux de base avec un accès à l'eau, de procéder à la formation des orpailleurs et les équiper en matériel de travail. Pour conclure, nous pouvons dire que malgré un intérêt affiché de l'État de formaliser le secteur avec l'appui des partenaires comme la Banque mondiale, la coopération suisse, l'artisanat minier reste encore archaïque. C'est pourquoi il est devenu urgent de venir en aide à cette importante population avec les services sociaux de base. Si ces conditions ne sont pas Dans le meilleur délai, nous assisterons à un désastre sanitaire et environnemental à travers l'utilisation sauvage des produits chimiques. Enfin, il est aussi important de prendre des dispositions pour contrer une deuxième vague de COVID-19 avec des cas déjà enregistrés dans la zone de Gadez suite au retour des migrants d'Algérie. Merci.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jocelyn Kelly, and I direct the program on gender rights and resilience at the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative. In January 2020, the world began to change. As awareness of the coronavirus pandemic became increasingly widespread, people around the globe struggled to adapt. Communities that were already operating in fragile environments using informal ways of generating income were among some of the hardest hit. Artisanal and small-scale mining, or ASM towns, are just such places. My program has worked for over a decade in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, collaborating with local human rights activists and local researchers in ASM towns. In a country recovering from 2 decades of war, artisanal and small-scale mining provides revenue to 16% of the population in DRC, with half of this workforce being women. Mining offers economic opportunity, but also a pressing risk of exploitation and abuse, particularly for women. When the pandemic hit, we were in the middle of a project to understand the economic and human rights outcomes of people working in artisanal mining. As the initial lockdown measures were lifted, the local researchers that we were working with were actually able to resume their work, but now with questions about COVID added to their portfolio. Through remote telephone and socially distanced in-person interviews, we were able to collect data from more than 1,200 individuals working in mining in Eastern DRC. A quarter of these respondents were women. So what did we learn about how people's lives were changing? 3/4 of the people we spoke to said their income had decreased as a result of COVID, but that reality wasn't split evenly across the population. Women were nearly 2 times as likely to report this outcome compared to men. This reality also had stark implications for people's ability to meet their most basic needs. One of the most startling findings was that 70% of those surveys said food availability had also decreased as a result of the pandemic. Again, women were almost twice as likely to report that their food had decreased as a result of the pandemic compared to men. When we looked at other factors that related to decrease in access to food, we found some surprising results. We created a model that adjusted for household size and weekly income, as well as some other factors. Even after controlling for these other factors, women were still 50% more likely than men to report less access to food. We also found that people who reported security in their site had deteriorated during the pandemic were more than 2.5 times more likely to report having less access to food. However, and perhaps most interestingly of all, people who reported they were somewhat informed about COVID were much less likely to have food insecurity. This result was even stronger for those who reported being very informed compared to somewhat informed. So what does this mean? Of course, it's hard to establish causality from this work, but we see that insecurity seems to deeply exacerbate problems that arise from COVID, emphasizing that insecure settings like those in Eastern DRC may aggravate problems that were already existing during the pandemic. But access to information may help some people feel more empowered to work safely and to navigate their environment in a way that allows them to mitigate some of the worst effects of this virus. All interventions aimed at mitigating the impact of the pandemic should acknowledge that gender and other characteristics play a key role in how people are affected.
Excellent. We hope you enjoyed those lightning talk presentations. Before we jump into our question and answer session, I'm going to pass the microphone to Shimiso Matisi, the Deputy Director at Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, to share some summary reflections on the presentations we just heard and also reflections from his own experience following the pandemic's impact in Zimbabwe. Over to you, Shimiso.
Thank you very much, Nathan. So what I'll just do is just to give a summary of some of the key points and strands arising from the presentations and the experience from Brazil, Niger, Mongolia, and DRC, and also marry that with the experience from here in Zimbabwe. So I think what is key to take note of is that the impacts of COVID-19 in many ASM communities have been similar in a lot of cases, but also here and there were some differences. But the most important aspect to take note of is that COVID-19 definitely brought some negative impacts on the artisanal and small-scale mining sector, but also created some opportunities, and in particular in terms of cooperation. And I think the role of cooperatives, the role of associations in trying to help artisanal miners and small-scale miners trying to help each other and their communities came out from all the presentations. But there are three elements that we should be looking at in terms of what was coming out. The first being the issue of food security, health, gender impacts. When it comes to the role of government, I think the role of government in terms of providing support to artisanal miners, it has been very limited in many of the cases. But we have a situation where the cooperatives themselves would support each other, would support in terms of provision of food and healthcare facilities wherever possible. So that was one common strand. And I think marrying that to the situation here in Zimbabwe, you would find that government played a very limited role in terms of providing access to food as well as healthcare facilities. So that affected a lot of artisanal and small-scale mining communities. The other element that I picked from all the presentations is that during COVID-19 lockdowns, especially the first days and then subsequent months, you'll find that there were exemptions to the mining sector. Artisanal miners continued mining in some countries, and that means a lot of people were driven into artisanal and small-scale mining. For example, here in Zimbabwe, we've had an explosion of people, the unemployed youth, because they had nowhere else to derive livelihoods or sources of livelihoods. So they ended up going into artisanal and small-scale mining. So COVID-19 created more demand for one land to work on in terms of mining sites from the unemployed youth. And I could hear from the case in Mongolia that unemployment, for example, drove a lot of people into artisanal and small-scale mining. And I think the other element to be aware of that is that in some cases, the food supply chain was definitely affected, especially during the first days of the lockdowns in artisanal and small-scale mining communities. The other element that is key in terms of looking at artisanal and small-scale mining, while the health systems were strained, I think this created an opportunity for some organizations to go in and support artisanal miners, and I'm sure that also created an opportunity for people to start creatively thinking about how can artisanal miners themselves provide health, safety, and environmental standards to comply with those standards to ensure that the health of the artisanal miners is protected and promoted in that kind of situation. It also led to information sharing amongst artisanal and small-scale miners. But the picture is not uniform when it comes to information sharing. Some communities will not be able to access adequate information on the impacts of COVID-19, as well as the causes and prevention measures. But generally, if you compare the situation from when COVID-19 struck up to this day, there has been significant improvement in terms of understanding what are the causes, what are the prevention measures, and how people can mask up and adopt some safety measures. However, what we have observed in Zimbabwe is that some artisanal miners do not comply with the safety standards when it comes to protecting themselves against COVID-19. And in a situation like in Zimbabwe, for example, at the moment, you'll find that they do not sanitize, they do not wash their hands, they do not put on their masks. So that tends to expose them to contracting COVID-19. And I'm sure if you go to many ASM mining sites, you will observe that kind of picture across the continent, especially here in Africa. The other aspect that I might have to talk about are the gender impacts. I think in terms of the gender impacts, I'm sure from the videos, the COVID-19 affected women, affected the youth, affected other vulnerable groups as well, in terms of its impacts and in terms of their access to healthcare, access to food, and access to key services. When it comes to the issue of services, during the height of the lockdowns, artisanal and small-scale miners could not access equipment, they could not access other services that ordinarily they would be able to access. And this affected their operations. This affected even their trade routes in some cases, and they were taken advantage of in many cases. So those are some of the aspects, those are some of the impacts that I could draw from the videos and also from the presentations. Yeah. Over to you, Nathan.
Great. Thank you, Shimizu. I think let's try to transition now to the Q&A discussion. We've got our lightning talk panelists that have joined the session now. So please do submit those questions to the YouTube live chat and we'll try to get to them. One of the kind of opening questions, and you spoke about this, Shimizu and Jocelyn, in your presentation, I want to start with maybe is around this observation, Jocelyn, you made about respondents who have reported being somewhat or slightly informed about COVID, having a decreased likelihood of reporting food insecurity. As you noted, this correlation doesn't indicate causality, but I'm wondering if we could speak to that connection about access to information about the pandemic and understanding, and then linkages to the coping with disruption. Is there a lack of information among ASM communities that underlies a number of these human capital elements that were mentioned in terms of access to food, healthcare, and formalization? Anyone want to jump in on that question?
Nate, thanks so much. This is Jocelyn. I'll just jump in quickly. I think what was striking to us about this finding is that this emerged, the fact that people who felt more informed or more empowered with information about COVID were far less likely to have food insecurity. Absolutely, this wasn't a longitudinal study, so it is hard to establish causality, but that finding was really robust. And so we adjusted for weekly income, we adjusted for household size, we adjusted for all of these other things that might still be at play. And we still saw that both women and men who were more informed about COVID actually had far less food insecurity. And we think one of the pathways that might be at play for that is folks who feel more empowered, more able to navigate their landscape in a safe and thoughtful way are much more likely to go ahead and feel like they can continue income generation or livelihoods activities. It's also possible that communities with more proactive leadership or engagement from folks who are actively conveying public health messages also help people feel kind of more secure to continue working, to maintain food supply chains. And so I think there's a lot more to dig into, what's at play at the individual level, what's at play at the community messaging level, and maybe how can we strengthen some of those systems for the future.
Great. I'd be interested to hear from some of the other country contexts on this kind of access to information, how you saw that play out with kind of communities coping with this disruption caused by the pandemic.
Yes, Nathan, just compliment Jocelyn. What we saw was that in the beginning, it was a big impact, okay? And however, with time, people started to communicate with each other more intensively. And Jocelyn, we saw quite a lot of communication over WhatsApp, and that has been very useful. In the beginning, it went the other side. People got very scared and so on. But then gradually, they started to understand, and it helped quite a lot to them to adopt sanitization and all the preventative measures there.
I think it was an interesting point that you made in your presentation, Giorgio and Carlos, about the cooperatives kind of being a centralizer of information and bringing together kind of pandemic resources and sharing information about how to kind of operationalize, sites that can respect the health and safety kind of requirements, and share that information. I think another question we could look at here is around cooperatives, and I think you spoke to this too, Shimizu, around kind of the role cooperatives played initially in providing services and response efforts to the different miners, in terms of where there were gaps in these kind of health and food systems. It'd be great to hear kind of more perspectives too on what the cooperative role could be kind of looking forward, and how do we strengthen these systems, and what role cooperatives could play in that, in supporting governments. Anyone want to jump in on that question?
Well, I can say a little bit about that in terms of very similar to what Shimizu said. Very little intervention and help from the government, okay, in the beginning, especially because there was a lot of pressure on the urban centers and cities, okay, so they were left behind in the beginning. So what happened, what we saw, and it's not a rule, we only saw a few of the cooperatives, but the good examples that we have were that the cooperatives took the responsibility to take to make the necessary connections with the government and bring healthcare to the communities. Okay, that has been a great success, because even the community understood that there is a bigger role for the cooperative, not only limited to the operation itself, but also for the proper governance of the whole community. Okay.
Maybe if I can add. Okay.
Oh, can I? Okay, thank you.
Right.
I think we could see in this pandemic is how locally, as the consequence of the pandemic, and so structural is the problem in all the countries with ASM. And I think this has invited us in engagement in a more ambitious perspective for transformative changes in ASM. For example, we saw self-organization of cooperatives and mine associations turns out to be a way of mobilizing the public authorities to provide service and encourage alliance. For example, a good thing to promote this supporting in a longer term, the cooperatives and mine associations can to promote arrangement for miners and to receive retirement benefits. We saw this. They needed this because the government don't have any kind of public policies to help them after to stop to work. So the cooperatives can help them to change this perspective.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos. Shimizu?
Yeah, maybe just another angle when it comes to the role of cooperatives or associations. Here in Zimbabwe, we've had a few cases where the cooperatives themselves would distribute food. They would also distribute PPE or personal protective equipment. And in some cases, they would actually help specific artisanal miners or small-scale miners to develop COVID-19 prevention policies or measures, so such that they would visit each and every mine site and work with the artisanal miners or the diggers to develop some kind of system, very simple system. I observed that in Rwanda. So that helped in terms of healthcare and also some health related support by the cooperatives. So that's another good standard that came out of it.
Any other comments from the rest of our panels? Nazir?
Yeah, I just wanted to add up that Cooperatives shall improve the COVID-19 prevention measures as well as the occupational safety and health together, because as I said in my presentation, we have a lot of illegal mining activities at the moment, especially when the number of the unemployment is increasing. So for that, we would like to, for the corporates, we would like to also cooperate with ecological policies and government organizations to make this more formalized and sustainable for the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Nazir K. Let's maybe jump into some of the questions that we're seeing in the chat here, and maybe Matthew and Dr. Kader. Here's a question from Olivia. Initially, there was concerns that supply chain disruptions would lead to an increase in illicit activity in the ASM sector. To what extent, have you as panelists seen this materialize? And if anyone would want to jump in on that, but also recognizing our colleagues from Niger, we haven't heard kind of from your context too, is I think you spoke about the kind of disruption of the supply chain and kind of had that video of folks not being at the site, right, of those processing sites because folks were not able to work because of decreased prices in the market. Anything on this comment about illicit activity and concerns about that in the supply chain arising because of COVID-19?
Of course, so maybe I can start and answer from maybe the big picture, and then I'll translate quickly the question to Dr. Kader, and he can maybe answer, and then I'll transfer back the answer. Smuggling and illicit activities are a big problem in Niger. Most of the gold that is mined there artisanally is smuggled illegally outside of the country to be processed outside. There's also a big worry in the region, so the Sahel region, which is neighboring also Nigeria and Mali, about how the activity can be maybe financing violent groups, terrorist groups. So those are, of course, are things that are very hard to measure and to detect them. But maybe I'll ask Dr. Kader, who is our specialist, what he thinks about specifically the impact of COVID on the informal and the illicit activities in Niger. Donc, Dr. Kader, la question qu'on posée sur l'impact un peu du COVID qu'il y a eu sur les chaînes de valeur et si cela a eu un effet d'augmenter les activités illicites ou de les réduire. Je pense que tu es sur mute.
C'est bon?
C'est bon.
Ok. Salut à tous. Donc, l'activité, comme on l'a dit dans la présentation, en fait, les conséquences de la COVID, c'est surtout lié, ou c'est des impacts indirects. Et, sur la fermeture des frontières, par exemple, a eu des impacts au niveau de l'exportation de l'or. Aussi bien que toutes les exploitations, les commerçants agréés n'arrivent plus à sortir l'or du pays. Donc, ce qui fait en sorte que tous les sites ont été abandonnés. Donc, l'arrêt immédiat de l'activité. Cela a eu des conséquences parce que non seulement sur l'or, mais aussi sur les produits alimentaires. La fermeture des frontières n'a pas causé aussi l'arrêt des importations des produits. Si bien que sur les sites, tout est devenu cher, que ce soit produits alimentaires, que ce soit matériaux utilisés par ces orpailleurs. Donc aujourd'hui même, avec, comme je le disais dans la présentation ici, la COVID n'a pas eu beaucoup de conséquences en termes de santé. Et surtout sur les sites, on n'en parle même pas. On l'entend de loin, sauf ces impacts liés à la fermeture des frontières. Donc aujourd'hui encore, ces impacts continuent d'affliger ces orpailleurs. parce que jusqu'aujourd'hui, les produits alimentaires n'arrivent pas à aller sur les sites. Et les sites ont encore, ou les orpailleurs ont encore besoin des produits. Mais pour ne pas rester vain, les commerçants agréés et les orpailleurs ont trouvé des moyens de faire sortir l'or frauduleusement du pays. Parce que si il n'y a pas de compagnie d'avion pour l'exporter à Dubaï ou en Suisse, donc il y a toujours des passeurs pour faire traverser l'or, donc les frontières jusqu'au Bénin ou au Togo, donc pour essayer de l'exporter de là-bas. Merci.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kader. So, as he was saying, at first the main impact of COVID was indirect, and it led to the closure of borders. And I think what he was saying is that this closure of borders stopped both the legal, the licit activities and the illicit activities, because everything was closed. And that affected both the export of gold, but also the import of food and other necessities that were necessary for the exploitation of the site. So it closed both the formal and the informal sites and stopped both the licit and the illicit activity. Now it has, since some of the borders have reopened, especially the land borders, which allow for the exportation more to Benin and to Togo. And so the land borders is more the way that you can have both licit and illicit smuggling through it. So we can expect both of them to have restarted. The difference is a lot of the legal exporting is done through airplanes, through more formal ways to Dubai and to Switzerland, and so this one is still blocked because the flights are still not available. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew and Dr. Kader. Are there anyone other panelists want to jump in on this? I know we have a number of other questions, but this question around kind of illicit activity and increasing associated with the pandemic. Anyone else want to jump in, or should we move to another question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Shamisu.
Yeah, in Zimbabwe, we recorded cases of state security agents, for example, taking advantage of the COVID-19 lockdown, as well as criminals, for example, raiding mine sites and taking gold from artisanal miners and even taking their equipment. And that means there was an increase in terms of criminal activity at that time. So the criminals, for example, will pretend to be law enforcement agents enforcing COVID-19 lockdown regulations. So they took advantage of that. And we've also now have had an increase in terms of machete gangs, people who are beating up others, who are beating up miners and taking advantage of the situation to commit criminal acts in the gold sector. So that is another problem that we're faced here in Zimbabwe. And even the issue of export of illegal export of gold to Dubai. He just 2 weeks ago, the president of the Zimbabwe Federation of Miners, which represents artisanal small-scale miners, was caught with 6 kgs of gold. Destination, it was Dubai. So there has been an increase in terms of criminality in the sector here in Zimbabwe.
Great, well, thank you. Let's maybe transition and tackle another question here. I see we've got a question around kind of with the predicted increase in infectious diseases, which may lead to other pandemics as a result of global warming, what proactive measures can be taken to mitigate the problems experienced with COVID-19? So I think this is kind of around, are there lessons we're learning from COVID-19 and the health system kind of weaknesses maybe that were exposed? Are there proactive measures we can be taking to strengthen these systems, especially in artisanal mining communities with this potential threat for an increase in infectious diseases? Was that something that anyone want to tackle here and kind of in each of their contexts where they might see that strengthening of health systems and proactive measures being a way to mitigate and build resilience for the future?
Nate, this is Jocelyn. I can dive in for just a second, because I think Cassia's point about future pandemics being linked to climate change actually really ties into Janet's question about, how do we create better support for women community groups that are often marginalized or face, different and even more kind of intense challenges during the time of COVID compared to men's community groups. And I think, if we take COVID as a case study to think about how to continue to support local women's activist groups and youth groups, we address the digital divide, give these groups the tools to link with each other, to link with government groups, and create these kind of strong trust networks to create this sense of like deep empowerment that can last beyond COVID. I think it's by tying these two questions together, we actually get to a really good solution. Over.
Yeah, hi, I want to complement that, Nathan. 100% in agreement. We saw that the empowerment of I will say the good cooperatives, because not a lot of them have a proper status. Some of them are under power struggles and so on. But the ones that we used as a model, once they are empowered, they are able to establish that connection with organizations and governments and operate under a coexistence that will help the future fights and preparations that they might have for other situations. So it's very similar to what Jocelyn said in our case.
Great. I think we're kind of coming up against time. We want to have a little bit of a break before our next session, but I think this kind of question or point being made here around strengthening cooperatives, strengthening kind of where are those entry points to strengthen systems to influence these human capital outcomes that we all want to see in ASM communities and kind of. And I think that's really came through also in a lot of the presentations, kind of these priority areas that can be strengthened. I think if there's if anyone wanted to share kind of a last word key priority kind of in each of your respective contexts, human capital is all about unlocking the potential of members of society to be productive through kind of knowledge transfer, skills, help providing health and other services. Maybe a chance for a last word on kind of what does that key priority look like for unlocking this potential of ASM communities by strengthening these human capital systems. Anyone want to jump in for a final comment?
Okay, can I start? I think the key priority is removing the invisibility of the sector, because we saw it so clearly when we don't see specific public policies. And how can to remove this invisibility? You can think multi-perspectives, collaborating, incorporating no academic values, no academic knowledge, and to think in the local perspective need to be valued to unlock the potential of ASM communities. I think this can be a way.
Excellent, thank you, Carlos. Shamisu?
I'll be quick. I think one of the key points could be establishing or upscaling health response mechanisms in ASM communities.
Maybe I can also come in. I think for us, the main priority is to kind of increase services that are available on the sites and access to the kind of equipment that is maybe not necessary for the exploitation itself, for the activity itself, but for the protection of those who do it. And that means work that's going to have to be done both on the state side of regulation, but also on the miners and the owners of the mines to make sure that there's first aid kits, that there's masks for people doing the risky activities. Thank you.
I want to mark that the Mongolians' key priority for the ASM sector is the legal framework development first, and secondly the access to and equipment.
Excellent. Thank you, Nazir. Okay, thank you to all our panelists. I think we're gonna call it at time here to offer a break. But I want to just thank you all for your partnership in this data collection initiative and the work contributing presentations to this event. We really appreciate it and are looking forward to continuing to see what kind of collaborative solutions can come out of this network that we've been a part of. So with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll kick off our second session with some more voices from different mining associations on gender. Thank you.
Hello, I am Christine Lobo-Kosi, Executive Director of the Chambers of Mines of Côte d'Ivoire, founder and president of FEMICI, Women's Network of the Mining Sector of Côte d'Ivoire, created in March 2015. Our association brings together several types of women. On the whole, we notice that the pandemic have deepened the gender disparities that already exist. Not only has artisanal production been heavily impacted due to the cessation of operations of legal artisanal means, but the pandemic has also encouraged the development of clandestine artisanal means. This has led to marginalization of women working on these illegal sites. So these are my contributions. Thank you.
Tembile Ndlovu, a founder of Mtandazo Women Miners Associations Trust. With this pandemic has so affected us as women in mining, in so much that during the lockdown we couldn't even manage to access the health facilities for the workers. The food was just too expensive because some of our women were buying food from the black market, which was very expensive for them. And we couldn't manage to go to town to buy things because of the limited time. And the police who were ignorant on the road, they wouldn't entertain people to go through. There were no measures that were taken to help these women to go and buy food stuff for their mining. I thank you.
Hello, my name is Hannah Wangombe, the CEO of the Association of Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya, WIC, established in 2016 to promote the inclusion of women in the extractives industry. The impact of COVID-19 on mining in Kenya has been quite significant. From a gender perspective, women continue to bear the brunt of this pandemic in mining, particularly because some of them took up menial jobs in mining sites, and these have been reduced or are no more. Number two is that the cost of purchasing PPEs or personal protective equipment is quite costly for some of these miners. So it means they cannot access mining sites because they cannot afford some of these PPEs. Thirdly is that the increase of gender-based violence in mining communities and the increase of pregnancies because of children not going to school. And so the ripple effect to this is that you find mining communities or societal fabric then is greatly impacted by some of these issues related to COVID-19. But it is not all doom and gloom. Some of the women that we've worked with have come together. For instance, we established during the COVID-19 two AWIC chapters in Taita Taveta and in Turkana counties. And what has happened is that the women have come together to stockpile their gemstones so that they are able to prepare for when the markets open. They've also taken this opportunity to value add, because many of the gemstones in the past were sold raw. And so in this regard, then they've taken this opportunity to learn how to value add their stones. COVID-19 may be here to stay with us for a longer time, and so we will need innovative ways of ensuring that gemstones still continue to be sold globally. Yes, it is a trust business, and we can still build this trust through organizations like AWIC of gemstone dealers abroad. Thank you.
Of the impacts related to COVID-19 restriction measures that have been found in ASM communities around the world. This second session is going to focus on gendered impacts. We've already explored some of that in the first session with Dr. Jocelyn Kelly's intervention. We're going to continue the thread that she was discussing about implications of food security and gender, but also looking at a variety of other impacts. It's really a pleasure to be here to moderate this session today. We've come to know so many of the presenters over the last several months through the data collection exercise, and it is really an honor for us to be able to celebrate the results with the hopes that we can really mobilize ourselves as a global community to do better and better responses with artisanal mining communities across the world during this time
of COVID. For those of you who are just joining right now, the way the session is going to operate is we will have the lightning talks be presented through a series of videos, and then we will move into a discussant by Mareke from the Artisanal Gold Council, followed by a Q&A. For the Q&A, we would ask that you simply use the chat function on the side of the YouTube video. So without further ado, Nate, let's move into the lightning talks.
Hello, my name is Olivia Lister. I work for 11 Sources, and I'm here with my colleague Josephine Singo. Our presentation today is looking at some of the impacts of COVID-19 on women in ASM's access to basic livelihood needs. The presentation is based on data collected as part of the Delve initiative earlier this year, with women working on gold, sand, and stone aggregate ASM supply chains in Uganda and Zimbabwe, both of which have important ASM sectors with varying participation of women in them, as you can see. Before we start, it's important to say that we acknowledge that both women and men have experienced significant negative impacts as a part of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're not looking to present a full gendered analysis here. Rather, what we hope to do is tell the stories of some of the women who participated in our research and how they were impacted by the pandemic. And we'll end by drawing a couple of key conclusions and implications for women in ASM going forward.
Our data revealed that one of the greatest impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on women was by restricting their access to various parts of the ASM supply chain. First, women lost their work at mine sites. Women were often the first to lose their jobs when government restrictions in both Uganda and Zimbabwe limited numbers of workers at ASM sites in the early days of the pandemic due to 3 reasons. First, women tend to occupy peripheral roles such as crushing and washing, and were therefore the first ones to be laid off. Women also normally have the dual burden of home, housework, house roles, and childcare. So with the children at home, the women had to balance between home and work. The third point was that women lost access to their freedom to travel to the mine sites. For example, the informal women in Zimbabwe found it difficult to access the traveling permits, which made it difficult for them to be able to get to the mining sites. Secondly, women lost access to inputs for their work in ASM. The closure of the borders between Zimbabwe and South Africa, for example, meant that it was difficult to obtain mercury, which was normally imported. This affected many women, which meant since they had limited time to look for the inputs, as well as critical supply chain inputs. Many women also lost access to basic necessities such as ARTs and contraceptives. Several respondents in Zimbabwe had previously relied on door-to-door support from local service society for these items, which was no longer possible under COVID-19 restrictions. Finally, we saw women disproportionately losing access to markets. In Uganda, women working on the peripheries of informal stone quarries normally sell in small quantities in bucketfuls to individual buyers. During the pandemic, individual demand for construction materials collapsed, meaning that these women lost all access to their pre-COVID-19 market.
So we've heard about some of the challenges faced by women in ASM during the COVID-19 pandemic. What then are some of the implications for supporting them going forward? Firstly, we can't emphasize enough the importance of gender-sensitive data. Policy and programming that isn't based on reliable, gender-disaggregated data risks unintentionally disadvantaging women. We've seen this already in COVID-19 response policy like lockdowns, for example, where poorer women remain responsible for household expenditure, but don't have the cash flow to stockpile essential items like food and medicine. As well as data, we can support organizations who are already supporting women in ASM, of which there are many. There are women in mining organizations like AWIMA, supply chain initiatives like Moyo Gems, and grassroots initiatives like women in ASM communities around the world producing cloth face masks, for example. The ASM sector has the opportunity to build back better. For women, what this means is harnessing the role that they're already playing in responding to the crisis into meaningful participation in decision-making, building the opportunity for a more equitable post-COVID ASM. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Dino Mika. I'm from YTS in Central Kalimantan, Indonesia. In the next 5 minutes, I shall be talking to you about the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on men and women in SGM sector in Indonesia. I would like to start with a quote from Dr. Stephen Taylor, the author of The Psychology of Pandemics, which mentioned that for an unfortunate minority of people, perhaps 10 to 15%, life will not return to normal due to the impacts of the pandemics on their mental well-being. Based on our rapid survey in Indonesia, this quote is for real. The survey on COVID-19 impacts took place in 7 provinces in Indonesia, involving 147 respondents, consists of 120 men and 27 women. We refer to the data from World Bank, Delve, and UNDP Gold ISNIA project. The first standout impact of COVID-19 pandemics is creating security, health, and economic worries. This applies to both men and women. Even though the price of gold increased by 35% during the pandemic situations, it doesn't bring any significant impact to the miners' income. They have to spend extra money for employment and operational cost. Another reported impact is its extra workload, both for men and women. 60% of our respondents mentioned this. The number of men and women at the mine sites decreased by 40% during COVID-19 pandemic. For men, limited numbers of miners at the mine site forces them to work overtime. This leads to fatigue and emotional disturbances. And the women decided to reduce their working days at the mine sites and spend more time at home. In regard to school restriction policy, women have more workload at home, assisting their child in their education. In relation to movement restrictions, it's hard for men and women miners to travel normally. They have to limit their travel frequency and social interactions as well. So all of these COVID-19 impacts leads them to psychological issues that manifest differently on the life of men and women in SGM communities. These situations causes feelings of anxiety, depressions, and stress. And the worst impact of the psychological stress is violence in domestic settings, mainly verbal violence to women and children at home. This was expressed by 37% of women respondents. It is often that their husband, the breadwinner of the family, return home from the mine site and easily to get angry to their wife and children. These acts of violence experienced by women and children include isolations from others, verbal aggression, threats, intimidation, control, harassment, insults, humiliations, and defamations. Surprisingly, the men didn't seem to be aware of the driver of their violent behavior at home. The data from the Indonesia's National Commission on Violence Against Women shows that the numbers of the cases of violence against women reached 892 by May 2020, equivalent to 63% of total complaints throughout 2019. So, to support gender equalities in ASGM sector in Indonesia, the related stakeholders, including government and NGO, need to include violence against women's essential services in emergency response plans. Second, they also need to provide protections to women and children by supports with hotline and shelters that protect them from any domestic violence during COVID-19 pandemic. And the last but not the least, we can provide counseling services and capacity building on stress management for men and women, mainly related to dealing with stress at workplace and at home. Nowadays, life doesn't seem to get easier for everyone. Therefore, everyone needs to get stronger physically and mentally to become more resilient.
Hello everyone and welcome to my presentation. My name is Peter Munye. I'm a mining consultant here in Kenya working mainly in the ASM sector. So during the pandemic, I was involved in the World Bank's funded Delve initiative as a consultant for Pact here in Kenya, collecting data on impact of COVID-19 to the ASM miners. And I'm going to share briefly on the differences in nature of operations between men and women in Gemstone ASM, and how COVID-19 pandemic affected each case, and the need for sustainable financing and market access as discovered during the research. My case study is Taita Taveta County, which is located in southern part of Kenya. So operations by women. Women normally work in small teams, mining tourmaline near the surface, using hard tools. And we also have another category that is a very small fraction that is normally employed to mine in deep tunnels, and their work there mostly is ore transport, sorting and grading. As you can see, the photo there is the women are in the exercise of sorting and grading. We also have other category of women who are now the buyers. They normally sponsor the ASM miners. In exchange for the gemstones, they do some value addition and sell them to the dealers. For the men, majorly men are organized in small groups, and they normally mine using explosives. Most men mine in deep tunnels. Searching green garnets, or on the surface, mainly when they are doing surface mining, like the quarry you're seeing here. This is a tourmaline mine, open pit mine that has been blasted. So mostly that is how men operate in Taita Taveta. They are normally financed to mine. They are facilitated with food, water, and the blasting materials. So what affected their ability to work? As you can see from there, both men and women experience inability to sell mineral at desired prices since the buyers were not operating. And mostly the foreign buyers who are based mostly in Voi, they left the country, and the local ones ran out of capital to sustain the uptake of minerals from the mines. Especially for tourmaline. Tourmaline is normally sold in bulk abroad. So when these foreign buyers left, the flow from the mines to the market stopped. Hence now the miners had the gemstones, but they didn't have the market. We also, for the men, they also experienced the low demand for garnets due to also to COVID restriction and reduction in international demand. So men and women, men were more impacted by lack of financing, as the operations are normally capital intensive. That is, they could not get money for the blasting materials, the food when they are staying in the mines. Hence, most of them stopped working. So for the conclusion, what we learned from the research, that formation there was need. During the research, it was discovered that there is need for financing and improving market access, especially during such a pandemic. Miners suggested formation of strong cooperatives that can buy gems in low demand times and help miners to sustain themselves against future shocks. There was also need of offering finance assistance to facilitate operations in order to produce the minerals. So I hope that is just a quick recap of the impact of COVID-19. And I hope that out of the pandemic, new solutions can emerge to make the ASM sector more sustainable for both men and women. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation.
To introduce this lightning talk on the general impacts of COVID-19 in the Colombian ASM sector, it is useful to highlight that information was collected from 20 respondents across the country. It is therefore not necessarily fully representative of the national ASM sector, but nevertheless provides interesting information. Another point to take into account is that information was collected at a very specific point in time, at the beginning of the pandemic, when the effects of COVID-19 itself were not felt in the communities, but instead it was the effect of government intervention that was being felt. The Colombian ASM sector is not monolithic, instead it is made up of a variety of different actors, starting with individual artisanal miners panning mineral in riverbeds and selling the mineral themselves, and moving on to small-scale miners with highly complex and specialized role within their infrastructure. As a result of this diversity, the diversity of roles required generates a diversity of women associated to the sector. And these women tend to differ, especially in relation to their education, their socioeconomic background, and the type and breadth of non-paying work obligations that they have to shoulder. As a result of this factor, artisanal mining and small-scale mining had different pre-COVID gender status quo in their operation, as well as in the perception of women within their operations. In the case of Chocó, where our data collection focused on artisanal miners, limitations to the mobility of persons put in place to limit the geographical spread of the disease have meant that miners have either had to work closer to their place of abode or to overnight on faraway sites. Women, being in charge of the household, seldom had the opportunity to do the latter, and none of our respondents has been able to stray far away from home. This was compounded by the fact that both children and adults over 70 years old were quarantined for months longer than adults under 70 in Colombia. Of special impact was the fact that schools were closed but class continued for a while, meaning that mothers had to stay at home to ensure they could support the remote learning experience of their children and help them with their homework. And while both men and women do the same task on a mining site, this has meant that women have found it difficult to make as much money, as they were not able to access farther away sites that were potentially better mineralized, were not able to spend as much time on the site as men, but also in some cases found it difficult to find time during the same day to both produce gold and sell to gold shops that were closing earlier due to government-mandated demands, making the day-to-day availability of money and therefore capacity to put food on the table more difficult. Contrasting this, in Antioquia and Santander, where our data collection focused on small-scale mining operators, women are typically employees of the mine. They also come to these operations being more skilled than the average male worker and are rarely involved with production and extraction tasks, instead focusing on human resources and occupational health and safety. Occupational health and safety and human resources role being central to the COVID-19 mitigation in mines, their tasks have not shrunk during the slowdown of those mines, but instead have been more central and more important. As a result, they have been less furloughed than their male counterparts and have not seen their income shrunk. However, these additional responsibilities also mean additional work as part of their daily schedules. Another category of female workers in mines are the support staff, such as janitors, cleaners, and cooks, on which we have unfortunately not collected data during this exercise. Based on our collected data, the following insights can be taken away. First, it is very important not to sideline non-mineral handling mining jobs in the ASM sector, especially so as the women performing them are typically under different contractual or customary relationship with the mine sites. Second, the position of some women has been strengthened by the mitigation of COVID-19, but this was intimately linked to their initial roles prior to the pandemic, as well as the organizational makeup of the structures, and in any case, always hinges on a perception of a motherly role within the structure. Third, while ASM offers a livelihood to many, it offers a career only to a select few. In our sample, 50% of the miners from Choco were artisanal miners and female, while only 20% of those in Antioquia and Santander were female, all working in small-scale mining operations. This hints to the fact that while gender is a key component, intersectionality with education, prior socioeconomic background, as well as other environmental and social factors remains key.
Before we move into the Q&A, we're very honored to have Marika Kroll from the Artisanal Gold Council with us to reflect on the 4 lightning talks that she's heard and to also contextualize it within the experiences and the work of AGC in their own artisanal and gold mining communities. Marika, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for the introduction and for the opportunity to participate in this really important session. I would like to briefly touch on 2 points: gender dynamics as impacted by COVID and strategies to improve gender equality within the sector. So in terms of impact of COVID-19 on gender dynamics, I think the 4 videos documented very well the different indirect health implications caused by COVID-19 for women miners in the sector, such as anxiety, mentioned in the video from Indonesia, disrupted access to services such as transport or contraceptives, as mentioned from the case studies from Colombia and Uganda. I think that the reported 30% of women experience gender-based violence in Indonesia is also very concerning. In addition, we also such as anxiety, mentioned the loss of income, especially of women who were marginalized in the sector. The video from Kenya was pointing this out very well. Another aspect that we have seen in many countries in the artisanal mining sector is the increased domestic workload for many women. For example, in AGC's project in the Philippines, we've recently had several field visits where we talked to women and women miners, and they reported that though men work less hours at the moment, they are still responsible for the majority of the household chores, leading to higher stress levels. So here, the pandemic seems to reinforce existing gender roles and also inequalities. Overall, we can observe that many measures such as lockdowns are affecting women in the sector in similar ways as in the general population. So I think it's also really important to understand where the artisanal mining sector can provide certain advantages and where contextual factors in the sector might increase the vulnerability of women. So one advantage seems to be that the market for some minerals such as, for example, gold, has been able to recover faster after severe disruptions which were caused at the beginning of the pandemic. The AGC has observed this, for example, in the artisanal gold market in Burkina Faso and also in other countries. And this even increases the importance of artisanal mining as an important livelihood strategy, and strengthening women's role in the sector can therefore also increase access to income for women. Thinking about disadvantages, I think the remoteness of many artisanal mining sites in countries can make women more vulnerable due to limited access to different services, as it was also pointed out in the different videos. This also includes access to training, for example, stress management, or also emergency services in case of domestic violence. Another example from the Philippines, one woman in an artisanal mining community reported that she had to rent a car for $20 in order to access health services in an emergency situation while she was pregnant in the 7th month. So this really shows how severe disruptions are, and that these disruptions come with a huge economic burden, but also other costs. Which is leading me to health data. Limited access to health services is also causing or leading to lack of access to COVID-19 testing. And this is a little bit kind of a black box, which has not been addressed in the videos, but maybe in the previous session, which was a little bit too early for our time zone. We do not know a lot about the prevalence of moderate and severe cases of COVID-19 in artisanal mining communities. So because of these different data constraints, we are not really able to understand the full picture, but existing data and the lightning talks, I think, are a very good example that suggests that women are facing more hardship compared to men in the current pandemic. And I'm very sorry, I forgot to click through my points here. Which is leading me to my last slide, strategies to achieve greater gender inequality in the sector. One important aspect is certainly long-term engagement. The reinforcement of existing gender roles and the marginalization of women in the sector during the pandemic shows that long-term engagement with mining communities, especially women, is really crucial in order to empower women in the sector. However, changing gender dynamics is very challenging in the sector, since the occupational sphere and the domestic sphere are often very closely interlinked, and interventions in one level can also trigger unintended consequences in the other sphere. Therefore, it's also really important to not only include women in capacity building on gender, but also men. However, I think we also really need to include men in a very positive way. For example, get them involved in maternal child health and contribute to a deeper understanding of the importance men can play in their roles as fathers and husbands, especially in times of a pandemic. We've done this, for example, the AGC has done this in a project in Indonesia, where we had different outreach sessions on violence in the household, pregnancy, marriage, and other topics, sometimes in women groups only, men groups, and sometimes in joint groups. The video from Colombia brought up another very important topic, women as change agents in the sector. In Choco, women have taken on the role with human resources and occupational health and safety, and that also strengthened their role in the current pandemic. The HSC conducted recently a study in Mongolia, which also showed that women had more knowledge and were more interested in legal frameworks and safety. And this really shows that training women in the fields of formalization, due diligence, compliance, and occupational health and safety can increase their impact in the sector. And those women can also serve as important role models for other women. And linking this back to COVID-19, if we have these trained focal points in the sector, they can also be trained for changing health threats and communicate those into artisanal mining communities. This could, for example, be the introduction of cyanide into processing systems, but also COVID-19. The knowledge on transmission risk and preventative measures has been evolving with the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, impact on children and pregnant women. And the HSC has been conducting COVID-19 trainings with our national teams. And what we've realized is that there's still a lack of understanding in some ASM communities how the disease is spread and how miners can protect themselves. And this is leading to very poor compliance. So many governments have provided long lists of what to do without really explaining why, and also what to prioritize. For example, physical distancing over hand washing, which certainly also can contribute to lower compliance levels. However, we also really need to keep in mind that these preventative measures will remain really important. While we are all hoping that rapid testing and vaccination will allow us to go back to some sort of new normal in 2021, these measures are most likely going to find their way into artisanal mining communities, especially in remote locations, at a much slower rate. Therefore, understanding more the disease knowledge and use of preventative measures remain a really important task. Only if people are following the rules, more dramatic measures such as lockdowns can be avoided. And we have seen that lockdowns are especially hard on women. Which is bringing me to my last point, meaningful data. This is something which was outlined also in the video from Levin sources. We really need high quality data to plan evidence-based interventions in the sector. This, for example, includes data on the role of women along the mineral supply chain to see where we can provide more capacity building to strengthen their role in the sector. Other topics, however, such as gender-based violence, are super sensitive topics, and they're often very hard to capture in large-scale quantitative surveys. So we think that is also really important to include triangulation of different data sources and methods, such as focus group discussions, in order to allow women to voice their concerns in different contexts, and also asking some questions more in detail to understand underlying causes. Overall, the lightning talks are very important examples for local case studies, as they point to similarities and differences in the challenges women in the artisanal mining communities are facing due to COVID-19. And with this, I would like to hand over again to Rachel to moderate the Q&A session with the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Marika, and thank you to our lightning talk presenters. And I welcome all of you here today. Regrettably, Josephine Singo is in the field doing field work, collecting that data that we all, talk about so dearly, and so she will not be able to join us. But of course, Olivia, her partner and video presenter, is here and knows the topic inside out. You here today. I wanted to start with Dino. Dino, I remember watching your first cut several weeks ago of your video, and it was at the end of a long day, and it's been a hard, run these last several months, COVID-19. And I think the universality of the themes that came out in your talk, I felt like I could relate to any of those artisanal gold mining women in the site. The idea of the double burden of household responsibilities, the constriction of travel, the professional work, the need to care for the household. This is a very universal human theme that we're seeing everywhere in the world. And I think you brought it out so beautifully in your presentation, and I want to thank you for that. What I'd like to challenge you, Dino, to talk to us a bit more specifically about, and Marika has also just touched upon it briefly, is really if we wanted to try to do something in a community, bearing in mind all of the ethical issues, the issues we need to be very sensitive about when it comes to gender-based violence. You provided us with a roadmap, 3 sort of key areas of interventions that we can think about. And I would say for artisanal mining, these are not areas that we typically do think about, right? Psychosocial support, et cetera, in mining communities. Can you walk us through just very practically how we could imagine some of these services unfolding and who some of the key actors might be that we would be partnering with to make some of these measures possible in communities? So Dino, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Can you hear me clearly?
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to start with the first one first, which is the support, especially for protections and shelters for the women during the COVID-19, because so far, when we conducted our survey, we found that the government services, even until now, it's focused more on the physical health rather than the mental health. So that's why we think that it's very important to also include the psychological staff in the government services, because that's very important to answer the issues in the current situations. And also the next one is related to the providing counseling, because the men actually they don't really aware of their violent behavior, because the women have a tendency of not saying that in front of the man, and the man doesn't know the driver that because of the situation at the mine site. In Indonesia, the situation is quite different from other areas in which the women usually play like supporting roles at the mine sites, like as a cook, food providers, and also snack sellers. And also they usually return home, like the men return home every day. So go to the mining site in the morning and then return in the afternoon. And then and all of the things that he faced during the COVID-19 situations make the persons become more difficult. I think the actors that we need to involve here is not only doctors or physicians, but also psychologists who can help the men and the women and even the children anyway to help handle the difficult situation in the domestic setting. Because if this continue happen, then it can influence them in terms of their physical health, decrease their immune systems, and they will be easily to be infected by the COVID-19. So that's what I can say for now.
I'd like to open the floor and ask if anyone wants to complement these interventions. And I guess one of the questions I have in my mind is what role other types of local-based organizations, groups, women's groups, cooperatives can play in this type of psychosocial support. Anyone want to jump in from the floor, please?
Yeah, if I may. I think, first of all, it's interesting to complement Dino's comment with the fact that he noted, and you noted as well, that usually we don't think about ASM and psychosocial issues. And in the words of Gavin Hilson in the promotional video of the Delve platform I've seen, we're thinking too much of ASM as being a mining issue, whereas it is a livelihood issue. And this is what we're seeing as well in Colombia, where it's not only about the mining, but also the support activities, the work that goes around as well. And I think in this case, it's pretty also necessary to note for us the role that have played the organizations in which the ASM miners are involved. This is a little bit less gender-oriented, but what we've seen in Colombia a lot was that in the case of SSM operators have played a relatively key role as a point of dissemination of information regarding COVID, because they had the internal protocols of the companies on how to handle COVID, and we've seen sort of a spillover from the mine towards the communities through the miners, and especially so then I guess the ladies in charge of OHS in most of the mines. And similarly, we've seen a form of support to locals, to local gold sellers, to artisanal miners in Chocó, through the gold buying shops that for a while at the very beginning of the pandemic were the first one to extend credit lines, food to the people before a more organized answer could be developed by CSOs as well as government organizations.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicola. I'd like to pick up on one of the questions that was in the chat box in the first session, which was put forth by Janet from Nigeria. And she was advocating for asking the question around gender departments, right? And of course, we know there's a lot of work that needs to be done to promote equity within mining administrations, all the way down to the local level. Olivia, you touched on some of these issues briefly in your presentation, so I'm going to throw this question to you. What are the main measures that we still need to do quite a bit on to ensure that we have gender mainstreaming when we're looking at the functioning of government departments and other types of social service delivery agencies that are working in mining communities? Olivia?
Thanks. And yeah, that's probably the $1 million question that lots of people have been trying to answer for a long time. But I think with regards to ASM and making sure that we do start seeing more gender sensitive policy and programming, so this applies as much to government as it does for other service providers. I think actually echoing something that Marika talked about in her discussion, I think the need for data something that we push a lot, but it's something that's so important because it's very, very difficult to be able to understand the nuances of how women and men are impacted differently by different policy decisions without data. And so I think that this is a constant iterative process of understanding, first having data, reliable data to base policy on, and then once policy has been put in place, to then make sure that we are understanding the impact of that on different people. And this requires a very sensitive, I guess, sensitive data collection techniques. And so the other thing I would say is that we really need to improve the way that we collect data on gender. And so in terms of capacity building for government at all levels, at the national level, at the local level, to be able to understand the needs of both women and men differently in their communities. And the same goes for other programming organizations, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think that this can be underscored enough, Olivia. When I think back to, the initial data during the collection process and being quite surprised actually by some of the results when it came to the fact that men and women were actually at first and throughout the data collection process not being impacted quite differently in terms of access to work. But then you start to disaggregate the data and slicing it, like Jocelyn was talking about in the first presentation, and this strong correlation between food insecurity and women, right? And then here we have Peter, and I'm going to put Peter on the spot now. Peter, your data came out, I was really shocked by it, that men have actually been impacted more adversely on their operations because they're more capital intensive. And so I guess the question to you, Peter, is do you think the emphasis that we have typically placed on the vulnerabilities of women, do you think in Kenya, men are going to be slipping through the cracks? And what do you think we can do to also support artisanal mining men in the gemstone sector?
Thank you so much, Rachel. I have to agree that men in Kenya have been really affected by COVID, especially because they use blasting materials and they also rely on financing. So when the financiers could not get into the market, what happened is that they stopped financing these operations, and most men now stopped going to the mine. They could not get the food supplies. They could not get the blasting materials. So we need also to have a conversation around men in mining, and also see ways of how they can be helped to access financing, and also importantly also teach basically both men and women on value addition. I'm very impressed with what Awake is doing. We need to step up such initiatives. Let's teach them about value addition so that we can increase their profit margins when selling. And also we can teach them more about gemstone identification and pricing maybe, because that is also an area where the artisanal miners are getting shortchanged. So yeah, I agree in terms of men being affected by COVID. The artisanal miners in Taita Taveta, actually most men stopped working. Some of them went into other jobs.
I'm conscious we have maybe about 6 minutes left, so I'm going to put one final question to Nicola specifically, and then we'll open up a last one to everyone on the floor. So Nicola, I loved your presentation. The photos, I mean, it was, and also I think again, this idea of the snapshots of different profiles of women, right, across the sector in Colombia, and just demonstrating the diversity. What would you say is the most important message to be told when it comes to the situation of gender in ASM in Colombia? Coming out of your presentation, what is the major message that you feel we need to be taking on board?
I think it can boil down to a single word, would be intersectionality. We have plenty of things. I mean, being a woman is one factor of risk towards certain issues. Being of a poor background is another one. Having low education is another one. And they often sort of amalgamate into one thing. I mean, we can compare that usually the hidden burden of work of an artisanal mining woman is much higher because they tend to live in bigger family units as compared to a complete professional that would be an OHS manager on a small scale mining site. And so we really have this point, I think, really that it is not only one type of women, it is different type of women, and it's also not only one type of ASM. Colombia has a very varied and big, broad scope of ASM operations, really from the simplest gold panning to quite formalized SSM operators, and even the illegal SSM operations have a division of work that is different than the artisanal miners, and where you will see women working typically in roles of cooks, janitors, and so on. So different type of operations attract different type of women, and some operations tend to attract some of the women that are the most vulnerable and whose right will be most vulnerated by COVID-19. I think for the case, for example, of formal SSM operators, women working in OHS probably are slightly better off, as in having a better social standing after COVID-19, because the role has been reevaluated and they have more importance, even though they have more work to do because that's just been added to their workload. Whereas on the other hand, artisanal mining women in Choco have been more vulnerable. Their cash flow has been impacted. If they had some saving, they had to get into those. So intersectionality really is the key factors, but maybe we're not very clear yet as intersectionality with what else.
I love that answer. It speaks so much to how we've been trying to interpret the data. And I think you've really covered it basically in that one word. Mareke, Artisanal Gold Council, you guys have always been at the forefront of doing new, innovative work. I want to hear what is inspiring you now when it comes to looking at the landscape of responses, gender, building back better, as Olivia has said. Where are we going to see you guys placing your emphasis?
This is a very challenging question. Yeah, I mean, we see really a lot of acute short-term needs caused by the pandemic that generally also can be translated into long-term needs, things that pop up also generally in the sector. So, I mean, there were also some aspects mentioned, for example, by Dino and Olivia, but also Nicholas, about the importance of having women organized in the sector. So having local women's organizations where women have a place to meet, exchange with each other, but also where we can provide capacity building on different aspects. And whether it's just also about the different ways of how to access services. So linking mining communities with existing services. And this could also include capacity building with the sector, with the government sector. Like Olivia touched, for example, the issue on gender mainstreaming capacities of governments. So that is also something where we certainly need to focus on. We look, for example, at the existing legal gender frameworks of mining policies in different countries, and we see huge differences from no gender mainstreaming to excellent gender mainstreaming policies. However, when it comes to the implementation level, it is often challenging for governments to identify good strategies how to interact with artisanal mining communities. So here again, having data which identify the different needs of artisanal mining women and to connect those women with existing services, I think is a very important aspect. But these are just very few, very few strategies that I think are quite important. Not only right now during the existing pandemic, but also in general in order to strengthen women's role in the sector.
Thank you. I want to open the floor to Dino, to Olivia, Peter, and Nicola. Last words, please. anything you want to leave our audience with today?
If I can just jump in, I think something that everybody's touched on and that is really important is the opportunity for women to have a really important role in COVID recovery. And women have already been playing a really important role in small things like making cloth masks for communities that we've seen in Zimbabwe, or like Nicholas was saying, in health and safety roles, for example. And I think that if we can find ways to mobilize what's already happening, that would be a huge success in terms of promoting gender equity in the sector.
Well, maybe if I can jump in and just insist. Yes. Just insist on what I said earlier. There's really need to get both men and women organized in maybe small groups that are well structured and that can be supported with this. They can be able to get access to training, maybe on alternative investments. It's easier to link them with the global markets. And also it's easier to just see how we can finance some of the operations. When they are organized in groups that are structured, it makes work easier and it improves their visibility. Thank you so much.
I think on that note, we will end. We've come to the hour, and I am just feeling this thread of inspiration from the first session now to the second. We're really talking about the capacity that everyone has to play a role. And I am just hoping that through this day, we are going to be inspired to look at new ways to formalize, to support, to identify new actors that we can bring on board to really improve the contribution that this sector can make to local communities and to national economies. What is going to happen now is I'm going to hand it back over to Nate. We're going to have one more round of miners' voices, followed by our third session, which is going to be on supply chain disruptions. A really good one, some unexpected results, and some very inspiring thoughts for the future. Thank you.
Hello, I am Ivonne Gonzalez Jacome, President of the Association of Miners and Jewelers of Betas, an organization that works for the defense of small-scale mining in Colombia, specifically in the municipality of Betas, in the Department of Santander. As a relevant fact, it should be noted that production throughout the year has suffered a very significant reduction compared to previous years. This is not only due to the 3 months of total suspension of activities, but also because of the contagion in miner workers, because it requires measures of isolation not only of the infected worker, but the other workers in close contact, which in turn reduces the labor and production capacity of the associated mining companies. One effect, although temporary, that had a strong impact in the economy of the companies is that during the first months of the pandemic, there were no buyers of gold. That is, the market suffered very strong distortions that impacted the companies, a condition that was intensified by their small-scale characteristics. Although the return to operations has taken place, the operations are developed in a discontinuous way and with lower levels of production. This is a challenge. It is demanding, but the pandemic also offers the opportunity to improve capabilities of companies, increase environmental protection, and continue to generate decent and fairly paid employment so that mining continues to impact positively on the territory.
My name is Eunice Negere, the chairperson of Tanzania Women Miners Association, TAWOMA. Activities within ASM were impacted differently. Gemstone production sold because its market dropped significantly since it depends mostly on foreign markets. This was not the case with gold production and other minerals because their buyers were available mostly local. Hence, income many also were affected.
My name is Chico Manda. I'm from Malawi. I work with many miners across the country, but I'm also a member of Mzimba Gemstone Mining Cooperative. The pandemic has impacted many miners' activities very much due to the supply chain disruption. This has made market access to be a very big challenge. As such, it has affected their household incomes. Production has gone down tremendously because very few people are mining consistently, as they are being offered very poor prices, maybe at 70% or less, as offered previously. Since many buyers are not traveling to source countries to purchase due to the travel restrictions being practiced by many countries. To avert the supply chain disruption, we have resorted to selling through online platforms like Virtual Gems, which is linking miners directly to the buyers out there, mainly the jewelers. As much as this is good, some miners have embraced the online marketing systems and it is working very well, though many miners are skeptic since this kind of marketing is something very new to most of them, but they're accepting the new normal little by little. I hope many will embrace it.
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone, and welcome to this third session of the day, which focuses on examining how COVID-19 has disrupted mineral supply chains. My name is James McQuilkin, and I'm a program officer in Pact's Mine to Markets team. And it really is a pleasure to be moderating this session today, with so many expert stakeholders participating both in these discussions and on the chat on YouTube online. First of all, thank you to Yvonne, Eunice, and Chico there in the video for sharing some initial reflections on this topic and really illustrating the impacts of the pandemic on these ASM supply chains locally. Indeed, when I was thinking about this session, when we look back just to March earlier this year, when the world essentially shut down, perhaps the most immediate and visible effects of the pandemic on the ASM sector was that on mineral supply chains. Almost overnight, we saw mineral supply chains stop. Miners were unable to sell their minerals, prices for certain commodities like gold really slumped initially, and exports and imports worldwide ceased. I really feel then that the pandemic has highlighted, like never before, just how connected ASM communities are to the global economy, and equally, just how important artisanal and small-scale mining is to the functioning of the global economy and the supply of raw materials that we rely on, all of us. These communities work in some of the remotest parts of the planet and are linked through complex production networks and webs of supply chains that stretch across local and international boundaries and borders. And today in this session, I hope that we can unpack some of these details on supply chains more. As noted, we'll hear from a range of experts before then opening to a question and answer as before. So please continue to submit your questions in the YouTube chat on the screen on the right as we go along. So without further ado, we'll now turn to four pre-recorded lightning talks from a range of experts looking at these supply chain dynamics. Thank you. Over to you, Nathan, to play the videos.
Hello, I am Ivonne Gonzalez Jacome, President of the Association of Miners and Jewelers of Betas, an organization that works for the defense of small...
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Musa Hisseni from the Republic of Chad. I will talk about gold supply chain disruptions during COVID-19 outbreak and the vulnerability of artisanal small-scale mining workers in the Pala district of southwest Chad. Artisanal gold mining in Chad depends on the Ministry of Petroleum, Geology and Mining. The artisanal small-scale mining sector is composed of many small national companies, and these national companies don't have their own employees. They largely depend on free workers. One produced gold is sold to specialized traders, and usually these traders sell it back through the national market in the capital of the country, N'Djamena, or they send it outside the country, and mostly it's sent to Dubai. Here we have a brief description of the production chain and the supply chain of artisanal gold mining in southwestern Chad. First, the production chain involves free workers. These free workers usually collect gold from the field, and they sell this collected gold to a supervisor who is the representative of one small national company. Around mining sites, there are always a lot of secondary activities consisting to provide some necessary items to the workers in these mining sites. Once produced, gold is moved from the site of production to Pala. Pala is the biggest city in southwestern Chad. And from Pala, gold is moved to N'Djamena. During these stages, transportation is exclusively achieved through cars. In the N'Djamena city, which is the capital of the country, there are two options. The first option is to provide gold for the national market needs, and the second one is to introduce gold products in the international market network. And this is, of course, achieved through airplanes. Hence, based on what we described previously, we distinguish, of course, a production disruption and a supply disruption in the gold, in the artisanal gold mining sector. But we also notice an organization disruption. Organization disruption relates to the fact that free workers were no longer able to reach the mining sites, and this causes an increase of illegal activity. Increased illegal activity affected production. Particularly, it lowered the level of production. This is what we call production disruption. And the effects of production disruption were followed by the effects of supply disruption. Supply disruption mainly relate to the fact that during this COVID-19 outbreak, it was not possible to join one city from one city, and of course it was not also possible to travel and to reach the international market. Hence, all these disruptions affected gold prices. We noticed an early price decline due to the fact that it was really difficult to sell the available stocks. And once the lockdown was suspended, prices increased. Prices increased because there was not enough stocks, and the people were ready to give a lot of money to buy a certain amount of gold. We also noticed that during the COVID-19 crisis, many workers moved from southwestern Chad to another mining sites located in Cameroon, where lockdown was not as strong as in Chad. And this could be considered as long-term effects because we don't know when these workers will come back to Chad. To conclude, we may say that people continue to develop illegal activities in artisanal small-scale mining sites in southwestern Chad during COVID-19. And this is mainly due to the fact that the artisanal small-scale mining sector is not clearly organized by the government, and this sector really need government support in order to get a strong framework. The lack of government support is also responsible of the artisanal small-scale mining workers' vulnerability, both in terms of economic and health vulnerability. And this arises the big question, which consists to know what is the effective ability of the government to protect remote populations like these rural populations working in artisanal small-scale mining sites in the context of crises such as COVID-19 outbreak.
Hello, I'm Sebastian Penn.
I'm Tara DeYoung. Today we're going to talk about the ASM diamond supply chain in the Central African Republic. The typical ASM diamond supply chain looks something like this. You have a series of actors starting with diggers, moving to the miner, moving to intermediaries, moving to exporters, wholesalers, manufacturers, more wholesalers, jewelers, and finally to consumers. It's a finely oiled system that has lots of variable margins. Buyers can buy at a loss for majority of goods and then make it up tenfold on a high quality good. And this means that there needs to be a lot of volume. There needs to be a lot of stones that are moving through the system. And to get a lot of stones moving through the systems, you need a lot of liquidity and pre-financing. And often the exporters and others can push over $1 million each in capital down the supply chain that finances intermediaries, finances miners, and works. And miners will typically get about 10% of the final value of a stone. Now, even before COVID, there's been a lot of changes and pressures on the supply chain. CR has been undergoing a conflict that has torn the social fabric of the whole supply chain, with many buyers having to flee as refugees. The Kimberley process has put in place trade restrictions due to conflict diamonds and armed groups. But even within the supply chain, there have been other more subtle changes. Labor has been moving to gold, so increasing the cost of labor for diamond miners. There's been unfair competition from increasing smuggling and criminal networks, which is eating into margins and making the whole supply chain not function as well. There's been actors that are trying to skip different steps in the supply chain and skip intermediaries, which further pushes pressure on all the actors. And there's been vertical integration as well in the downstream side, that has also led to a lot of changes. And of course, as we know, consumer preferences with actual lab-grown diamond alternatives and growing concern over responsible sourcing has also created different changes. All this has resulted in a downward pressure on diamond prices in CAR, the cost of producing diamonds going up, financing going down, and overall production and earnings going down as well.
Now, COVID has amplified this trend, first because of the pandemic-related travel restrictions. We know that since March, the legitimate exporters are making stockpiles. Second, because of the global prices going down. The price of an average diamond plummeted by 35% since March. And third, because of the gold boom, which accelerated the movement of labor from diamond to gold. As we can see here from the results of the Delve survey, from the point of view of a miner, gold is easier to sell at a better price for higher volumes.
Also opened up new spaces to look things in a different way. The existing business model, the existing supply chain is just not working as it has been before. And COVID has been the straw that broke the camel's back on this whole system. And so there are new business models that are already developing, small-scale producers accessing foreign markets directly. They're just not formal or legal yet. And you also have a doubling of the number of cooperatives in the last 3 to 5 years. And the government is really promoting cooperatives and small-scale enterprises as a way to make up lost tax revenue based on the changing business models. And there is a process underway to change the enabling environment and a real political will to engage in reform and to change a supply chain that hasn't really changed in its structure for over 50 years. And so all this is creating an environment where there could be opportunities to do things differently.
The threat to that opportunity, though, is that the indirect effects of COVID today are benefiting illicit and criminal markets to the detriment of smaller miners. So we know that most of the production is going through criminal economies via Cameroon, Dubai, back into the legal value chain in Europe. And this is bad for the little guys for 3 reasons. First, the smugglers are cherry picking. They're not buying all the stones, they're just buying the best ones. Second, because they do not pre-finance the miners. And third, because they're creating an oligarchy which is able to push down first sale prices. So in conclusion, we can say that COVID is forcing a long-standing necessary transition that can lead to positive change. However, the question remains whether a more decentralized economy will be able to compete with a strong smuggling oligarchy.
And support is needed to really take this opportunity and seize it and to look at these new business models and to overcome these different challenges. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heywan Zaudi. I'm a gemologist and a founder of Agri Treasures. We are a supply chain of Ethiopian gemstones with a core mission of ASM support in the ground. ASM community has grown in Ethiopia as the current discovery of a new color gemstone discovery since 2008 in the Wallo region and also other part of Ethiopian regions with other different color stones. Ethiopia was known with majority of with gold ASM miners and also different kind of industrial minerals. Currently, the color stones become the core economic value of Ethiopian. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected the ASM community in every part of the world. And we have currently worked with ASM Ethiopia in our current survey research we did over the phone in June and July. And we found consistently most ASM being disrupted due to the government restriction of accessing a mine site to prevent COVID-19. And there was a major job loss between men and women as well, and majority being women being affected. And they have to stay at home to take care of their families, and children being school being canceled, and men have been limited to access the ASM sites. And there were only few people being able to access those sites. And there was also a major shift on a job change and loss to survive their daily livelihood. Most men have been shifted into the construction job. The reason being is, one of it is the major market interruption of a supply chain of selling color stones. The market has been interrupted as well with the huge jewelry and gem trade shows being cancelled worldwide, and cancellation of traveling, accessing to the country. The ASM Ethiopia are new to the color stone supply chain, and they've been supplying majority for the trade shows and the international buyers. That being the cause for them cancellation of flights, cancellation of trade shows, and as well as a government restriction on accessing mine site has drastically dropped their selling price of any color stone in Ethiopia, and that has affected their everyday living. They have moved into a different kind of sectors. Based on all the data we have gathered, and we have communicated with the ASM in the ground and other exporters in Ethiopia, we found out there is a major need of re-establishing the ASM community as well as an exporters to connect them to their international market, and where they can help continue having their livelihood of income, and as well as to supply their product into the market. Which we're thinking of that is creating a technology where they can access the international market from the ground to globally without requiring any kind of traveling or other buyers coming to the country. And this is a responsible, we will take all of us in our, as also a buyers, as a consumers, and to help the same community to continue in the mining sector. And they are really in need of a re-establishing system and also preparedness of other future crises to prevent this kind of loss of jobs and disruptions into the sector.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Nenot. I am a principal at Synergy Global Consulting based in Paris, France. I've been working on responsible sourcing issues in mineral supply chains for the past 10 years. And I'll be speaking today more particularly to the impact of the COVID-19 disruptions to the cobalt supply chains in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This presentation is based on data collection exercise that was funded by the World Bank and the OECD in the Lualaba province of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and that happened between the end of May and the end of July this year through 5 waves of data collection with artisanal miners in the cobalt supply chain. Each data collection was aiming a minimum number of 20 respondents. So in total, we've interviewed more than 120 respondents. But please bear in mind those data limitations in terms of representativeness. So let's have a look first at how the COVID-19 disruptions impacted the production of cobalt during the reporting period. So pretty much all respondents declared that their ability to work in the mines had reduced during the COVID-19 crisis. So that was the case in week 1 at the end of May, but then again in week 3 and in week 5. So really, you can see a consistency in respondents declaring that they've had a reduced access to the mine sites during the reporting period. And if we look at the reasons that were given by participants, we can interestingly isolate two main reasons. One related to the government restrictions, either because they asked people to stop working for 9 people, or because they restricted the access to a specific mine site, so for 5 respondents. On the other hand, there is another bucket that is interesting to look at, which is related to the demand of minerals throughout the period. So for 9 miners, their reduced access to site was actually related to their inability to sell the minerals at the price they wanted to sell it. So not going to site because unable to sell the minerals at the right price. But also for 7 of them, it was related to the fact that mineral buyers were simply not operating at the time. So no demand for the minerals potentially produced. So now that we've seen that production was impacted significantly by the COVID-19 disruptions, let's have a look at the marketing side of things, and the prices. So actually, miners declared that the quantity of cobalt they were selling actually also decreased during the period. So again, quite consistent responses throughout the reporting period from week 1 to week 5. A significant number and a vast majority of respondents declaring that the quantity of minerals of cobalt they were able to sell had decreased. And if we look at the prices now, that is from the week 3, but responses were consistent between the different reporting periods as well. So we see that for 90% of the respondents, the price they were offered for the cobalt they were producing was actually lower than before the COVID-19 disruption. So this is particularly striking if we compare this feedback with the prices of cobalt internationally during the reporting period. So with no major difference between May and July. So perhaps not surprisingly, this has resulted in impacting the incomes of miners. So actually, all miners have answered that incomes had decreased during the reporting period. Week 1, week 3, week 5, you can see that there is 100% of respondents, and actually throughout the reporting period. So amongst the 120 respondents we got, only one person declared having seen his income increasing over the reporting period. So just a few words to conclude that also again there are some limitations to bear in mind as to the representativeness of this data. I think the responses are quite clear and striking in terms of both the ability to go to mine sites, but also to sell the minerals. So in a way, both the production and the demand side of things were impacted in terms of cobalt supply chains. Just to put things in perspective, there's more than 100,000 people working on cobalt in artisanal mine sites in this region. So that probably means more than 500,000 people depending on this activity. So having this order of magnitude in mind, we can probably deduce the type of impact that artisan miners and their families have suffered from the COVID-19 disruptions. Thank you for listening, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Hi, and welcome back. Thank you there to all our speakers for revealing some of those additional impacts and the local dynamics of the COVID-19 on some of these mineral supply chains. Now we will turn to Leah Butler, who is Vice President at the Responsible Business Alliance, where she leads the Responsible Minerals Initiative. And Leah is going to provide some additional reflections and discuss some of the impacts of COVID-19 on the downstream portion of our global mineral supply chains, such as those on perhaps refiners, smelters, and manufacturing companies. So over to you, Leah, for your reflections there. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much, James. Hello, everyone. A big thanks and appreciation to the World Bank and to Pact for facilitating and hosting this session. And also, I'm very glad to be here as well with my esteemed co-panelists. As James said, I lead the RBA's efforts around responsible mineral production and sourcing. Thus, this topic of disruptions across mineral supply chains from COVID is very much relevant to our work, not just our work within the upstream parts of the supply chain, but also through to smelters, refiners, and downstream companies. And we're really focusing on trying to find ways to provide stability and continuity when it comes to engagement with our stakeholders during this time, to maintain flexible and credible assurance activities, and offer resources and services to facilitate responsible trade during this challenging and dynamic circumstance. And the lightning talks, just going a bit to the ASM side and reflecting what we've heard today from the co-panelists, I'd just like to pull out a number of themes. First is something we saw is disruption to ASM supply chains are noted across all contexts and minerals. We saw, for example, how in-country restrictions from limiting access to mines and border closures did trickle down to impacts specifically to ASM miners and their ability to actually work in those mines. We also saw that border closures impeded export channels for ASM-produced minerals, which led to impacts to production, for example, that was provided in Colombia and Malawi. At the same time, market demand for minerals fell due to the global slowdown, which contributed significantly to lack of finance, access to finance, and lower mineral prices, hence lower incomes for miners. Thus, I think it's important to say, and those are reflected as well in Benjamin, Sebastian, and Tara's remarks, how this sort of is seen in the different contexts in which they're working, whether that's the Central African Republic or the Congo or elsewhere. But these impacts, of course, go much further beyond artisanal and small-scale mines to the mid and to the downstream. The RMI took steps in the early stages of the COVID pandemic to understand the nature of these impacts to smelters and refiners in the 3TG and cobalt supply chains. We issued a series of 3 surveys to smelters and refiners that are participating in our programs to understand the impacts of COVID on their operations and businesses. Topics included, for example, impacts to raw material availability, transportation and shipping delays, where we saw at least 73% of companies reported delays, operational impacts with staffing, supplies, and production, and impacts to upstream due diligence, where 60% reported a negative impact on the ability to conduct due diligence. This also includes impacts to responsible sourcing efforts, where there may be delayed audits or assurance, postponed on-the-ground visits to mine sites or to suppliers, and sometimes difficulty connecting with suppliers during this time period. So we're all working with, I guess, with this understanding now, moving to the positive is adapting and acknowledging these circumstances so we can continue to provide some continuity, assurance, and credibility in the market for facilitation of responsible trade. Continuing further downstream, we also looked at factory level surveys in the electronics and automotive supply chains. Within the manufacturing industry, impacts were acutely felt by vulnerable workers in global supply chains, that's dispatch workers, outsourced, student, or regular foreign workers who face an impact both in terms of their working conditions and under or unemployment. From our surveys in May, we saw that 51% of factories were not functioning at capacity, 58% were receiving financial assistance from governments, 35% were paying workers who had not yet returned to work, and 78% were seeing a negative impact to their revenue. So in summary, I think we saw that these vulnerabilities are cross-cutting, and we really need to leverage collaboration and strong systems as much as possible to address these challenges, shore them up so that we're able to navigate these kinds of circumstances much more fluidly going forward and in the future. And while partnerships and collaboration were really important prior to the pandemic, the current situation is highlighting how cross-industry, cross-sector, and multi-stakeholder partnerships, Delve platform very much being one of them, provides a steadying force to weather the crisis and offer ways to respond and adapt very quickly to circumstances. Through our surveys, we also found examples of how companies were managing through the crisis, including by leveraging multi-industry and cross-sector organizational platforms and partnerships. This includes being responsive to specific calls for actions from these organizations. Concerns were raised by both the OECD's multi-stakeholder group and a group of civil society organizations in a call to action in May this year that highlighted the disproportionate impact on the lives of ASM miners and their communities, and called for immediate and concerted action to safeguard due diligence and safeguard upstream and mine level programs. This includes supporting efforts for on-the-ground due diligence, allocating resources for this, providing reasonable adjustments to assurance to account for impacts, while maintaining integrity and providing flexibility. And also looking at innovation. How can desk-based research, supplier communication channels, and utilizing local networks be a source of information for continuity for due diligence at all times, especially when there is such market disruption? I think what we see is that response and recovery will look different for different levels of the supply chain and different tiers, as they may have various opportunities to rethink operational practices and structures. For example, as we heard earlier, there are very interesting digital buying platforms that can serve a fantastic purpose when travel is restricted, offering access to fair markets for ASM producers. We also see a growing optimism for recovery, and in the meantime, we continue to learn across sectors, geographies, supply chain tiers, on what's driving this positive momentum. And I'm going to turn it back to James for a bit of a discussion on not just the challenges, but some sort of forward-looking thinking around what we've learned from this and some positive outcomes that hopefully are sustainable for the long term. Back to you, James.
Thank you, Leah, for those reflections there. And we're now also joined, as Leah said, by some of our lightning talk speakers for this wider Q&A session. I think it's really fascinating there to hear on some of those initial findings from your research with the downstream companies, and it's enabling on this call at least, and to frame this discussion to understand, the different links in the supply chain and the different issues that different actors and the stakeholders are facing, and some of those similarities as well. So in terms of kind of the initial questioning and line of questioning, let's explore this a little bit more and maybe consider what are some of those key similarities and differences, especially between different commodities. We've heard on diamonds and gold and gemstones and cobalt here. And what do we do with that information to inform better solutions? So drawing on some of the questions as well coming in from the chat there, I think it would be nice to turn first to Sebastian and Tara there, asking about diamond mining in Car in the Central African Republic, and whether you can elaborate on why labor is actually moving away from diamonds to gold during COVID. So Tara and Sebastian, over to you there for some of those reflections on why that's the case, and what do we do with that information? How do we inform better policy solutions?
Thanks, James. Tara, maybe I'll start with the upstream side of it, and you move on with the value chain.
Please.
Yeah, the COVID crisis has exemplified the shift over from diamond to gold. It is not COVID that has created this, but it has accelerated this trend. And as Christina was noting in the comment, it's mostly due to prices. The diamond prices have fell by 35% since March, while gold has taken a higher value. But it's also because gold is easier to sell. And it's easier to sell because it's there's more competition in gold. The diamond market is much clunkier than the gold market. So there are more competitions, it's easier to sell. On the point of view of the miner, the revenues are more stable. There is much less pre-financing needed. So we can explain this shift over like this. And it's a shift over that is here to stay.
Yeah, I think on the upstream part, at the level of the miners, there are also some other key factors at play. As mentioned in the presentation, was the diamond sector needs that pre-financing and that volume. And prior to the crisis, and even during the crisis, that volume of financing for various reasons has gone down, and that has a ripple effect where miners can only hire, say, 3 workers instead of 5, and so that further depresses what their earnings, how much they can give to others. The other aspect is kind of a behavioral issue at the aspect at the level of the individual miner. As gold mining has increased, they see that the earnings are much more stable. You earn a little bit every day, whereas with diamonds you can go 3-4 months digging and you get your daily food allowances, but you don't actually get much earnings. And so there's been a subtle but noticeable shift in miners preferring to be paid, even diamond miners, preferring to be paid at daily wages instead of a share of the winnings. And that's influenced from gold, but and other factors, and that's had a ripple effect because it actually increases the cost of financing for artisanal miners, because then they have to pay higher daily wages to miners instead of just paying smaller subsistence, and that further depresses their ability to give, to pay out workers. And there's even been cases, I think, also of buyers who are increasingly paying miners in kind, so with motorcycles or other things, which decreases the amount of cash that the miner can have to pay the workers. So those kind of at almost a microeconomic level, in terms of an individual mine and the relationship, miner and the relationship to labor, there have been changes influenced by the gold sector, but that have also pushed a lot of miners to gold, because they're seeing gold is more attractive because the earnings are not only higher, but they're more stable. And that's kind of had a negative feedback effect that's on the diamond sector.
Thank you, Sebastian, and thank you, Tara. Maybe let's involve Ben and Hewan here to see if there's similar dynamics in the cobalt sector, in terms of exchanging in kind rather than cash and some of these other things. Go ahead, Ben, and then after Ben, Hewan, if you want to come in.
Thank you, James. Yeah, there are, as you pointed out, Tara and Sebastian, there are obviously commodity specifics in terms of impacts and differences of impacts, and obviously price is one. But beyond this, I think the commodity lens is limited, is not necessarily sufficient to be able to actually distinguish the disruptions impacts on ASM. I think it's important to also keep in mind the environment of ASM, including the regulatory environment, the level of formalization of miners, and the types of ASM workers actually working on site. These are important considerations. For instance, in cobalt, we know that we face, we can see more permanent migrant and often urban workers, which obviously would be different in terms of impacts of COVID disruptions compared to more rural permanent, temporary worker or secondary livelihood as a secondary livelihood. So I think that is also to be considered in any attempt to distinguish the differences in terms of impact between sites and countries and commodities. So commodities is an important lens, including price, but I think it can't be the only lens in order to try and propose adequate responses.
Thank you, Ben. Over to you, Hewan, if you'd like to reflect briefly on some of the impacts in the gemstone space as well, linked to these discussions.
Well, first of all, thank you everybody for the opportunity. And the color stone versus like gold, what I'm hearing is a huge impact on the COVID. It might be, I know I did some of the researches and data collection on gold as well. And even though there's still the crisis and stuff, they're able to move gold, and it's easy to identify like to move from hand to hand and sell it, versus like color stones, there requires a huge identification, professions, specific dealers. It's not like everybody can just come to buy those commodity. There's a specific market for it. So that's been also an impact from country to country, where there's gold sales, where there's diamond sales, and there's some other color stone sales. So there was pretty much a lot of discouragement, and to not people knowing even what they have and what they're able, even their values, to move around. and every sector on the grounds based on what we did.
Thank you, Hewan. Perhaps now we can move a little bit on this discussion around perhaps some of these solutions. And I think there's two lines of questions here that would be useful, and a combination of some of the questions in the chat here. So first of all, over to you, Dr. Musa. There's been some questions around the gold price and how this affected things. How do we actually make sure that gold miners are able to receive more at the front end of the supply chains? Are there any initiatives that policymakers can be getting involved with to help this? And before you answer, I'd like to link that perhaps to Leah and say, what is the role in downstream companies when your members and others are also facing these challenges in terms of income? How do you get involved with supporting miners, but also facing these other challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on companies' income and economic as well? So over to you, Musa, first for the gold piece, and then Leah, maybe reflect on some of those downstream challenges and the solutions. What can be done to help?
Thank you, James, for your question. During the COVID-19 data collection survey, I worked in Southwestern Chad. And in Southwestern Chad, gold is the only one commodity. And people working on ASM sites there commonly have another activity too. But as a general rule, what I can say is that commodity delivery has been negatively impacted by COVID-19. And when the local market is not the main target, the effect is even greater. And in Chad, we have an experience from the northern part of the country where the government established official desk intended to collect and buy commodities directly from the local ISM workers. So this could be a solution to support these workers during a crisis. And I want also to add that people working at ASM sites are generally poor people, and they don't use to go to hospitals when they feel sick unless to be seriously ill. Accordingly, I think that the effect of COVID-19 is rather minimized due to the lack of data, and it will be helpful to have small medical centers at the proximity of these ASM sites. And to finish, COVID-19 spreads so fast, and risk is not only restricted to a specific community. And in order to ensure global protection, each part of the society should be taken into account. And accordingly, ASM workers should be the focus of more attention and benefit from relevant support from the government in order to protect the entire society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Musa. Over to you, Leah. We heard some of the possible policy solutions there and support from government. What's the role of downstream companies all of this when they're also facing similar financial pressures and challenges?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I would say it's sort of a threefold response in terms of recommendations and also just experience and how companies have and can respond, which is very much first is understand the impacts, ask the questions, get the data, leverage resources that are out there. We've talked a lot about for the past sessions around the information available, and while it isn't complete and there may be gaps, it's still a good learning opportunity to say, yes, my suppliers, immediate suppliers in the manufacturing supply chain, the smelters, refiners in my supply chain, all the way up to the mineral producers are having impacts. I need to know what those impacts are and how does it impact B2B decisions and responsible trade. So first is that education and awareness raising component and supporting the platforms that provide that. Two is adaptation, adapting to those realities. I think in terms of timelines or expectations around turnaround, materials, those kinds of things, orders, so that there's a responsive and adaptable supply chain that's really taking on the challenges that this presents. That may mean diverting production into other kinds of commodities, for example, to respond to the health crisis. The third is support, and that's quite important. And that support, not just in the short term, but also the long term. And predominantly here, I'm talking about financial support. We did see calls for action for company contributions to support systems as an immediate need, but that need did not dissipate. And of course, with COVID is ongoing, I think we see the need for sort of a long-term sort of recovery, if you will, and the need for continued resources. And so very interestingly, we have had some of our member companies say, they may not have been able to provide resources in the height of the pandemic as everyone's adjusting and there are a lot of layoffs. But now there are funds that are freeing up in the second, third quarter and into 2021 that can get allocated to COVID relief or programs that support COVID-related impact mitigation in mining communities. So I would say there's three things: education, awareness raising, adaptations, and providing that support. And that needs to be an ongoing and iterative process as this whole thing evolves.
Thank you, Leah. Let's stick then for the very final answer. And I'm going to ask all of you maybe for 20, 30 seconds, maybe a bit longer, just because we're running out of time. But I'd like to take the long view here and also look to some positives, a positive kind of message to end on. So is it possible, and I know none of us have a crystal ball, lots of things have been changing during COVID, and into the future, I'm sure things will continue to change. But on that issue of kind of disruption and the long-term impacts, are there any positive impacts or positive things that have come out of this COVID-19 pandemic for the ASM sector, for all of us working in the ASM sector? What are some of those positive impacts, and how can this disruption be a catalyst for development? Maybe I will turn to Ben first there, if you wanted to provide any short, one positive thing that's come out of this.
Thank you, James. Yes, well, I think looking at the bright side of things, we did see that COVID, that ASM, has been an important response, and has enabled people, many people around the world to actually maintain their livelihoods, which I think is noteworthy. And it also showed, and we knew it, that ASM is strongly adaptive, and does provide a legitimate livelihood activity. So I think it might also inform reflections as to the importance of this activity, not only in terms of development, but also on the role it can play in fast changing, urgent humanitarian situations. So that was one of the conclusion as well. Yeah.
Thank you. And Hewan, did you have a reflection on anything positive for the ASM sector that's come out of this?
Well, what I've seen so far is based as being in between a middle person as a supplier, buyer from the ASM down the ground to supply to the other end. Of the positive, I seen the impact really. You have like doing this COVID has given us really a deeper, detailed view of what the ASMs needs in terms of like selling their commodity, moving their supplies, their need in their environment. And also the crisis have literally shown us clearly, like, what if this now is like as a luxury goods mostly. Some of them are, industrial materials. All the ASMs are impact. So when the supplies are not moving, how these people will be able to survive in the future crisis? Is there any other kind of ongoing means for them, like to establish them for long term, like farming, redirecting, as this is going to continue for coming at least a year. Like we are at a loss of like almost a year at the business. So imagine if we're losing, and what we'll be doing. They're losing. I am communicating with the ASM in the ground. They're not able to sell their materials. We are in the middle. We cannot push our materials. So, and the end buyers are not buying due to the crisis. They have no income. So we're trying to create a system from all end. Everybody's trying to push the material and the supplies, and their commodity to the public or to the end users, which creating by like a technology virtual sell, like some companies have started. We are trying as well, and also to be really seeing deeply, to be supporting them. They are in need of it. We need establishment. They are like, they don't have anything. Their life is they mine today, Maybe they mine for a week and then they sell, and they don't have that. They don't have any other source of income. I have communicated in the ground in Ethiopia, like many miners I call, oh, we stopped mining already. We can't do it. We don't have buyers. So what will be their means of the positive things is giving us a chance to see and support and establish, a long-term crisis coming and how they can support themselves.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's support there is that key word that Leah also mentioned earlier on. We're really short on time now, so just 10 seconds from the other panelists here. Sebastian, Tara, did you have anything on the positive things that we've learned from COVID for ASM? We need more support, obviously.
James, in 10 seconds, I think we can drop the two words. One is reforms, policy reforms. There has been more policy reforms in CR this year than in the past 20 years before regarding the diamond sector and also gold. And the second is the shockwave. Disruption is not bad economically because it brings to adaptation. And so for many years, the diamond miners have not realized that the good old days are over. Of the classic supply chain. But now this year they understood it. So now the communities understood that pre-financing, the big exporters will not come back with large amounts of pre-financing. And so they have to self-organize. And so now it opens up the possibility for small scale mining. It opens up the possibility for cooperatives, self-organization.
Thank you. Perfect. We are absolutely short on time. So Tara, you have one word. Musa, you have one word. Give me one positive thing, and finally Leah as well. So Tara, over to you.
Mirroring what Sebastian said, I've seen increased political will and part of that has been driven by the fact that from the government's perspective, there hasn't actually been much disruption in some of the aspects, like in the illegal gold trade. So it's served as a real wake up call that they need to get moving, and there's been a lot of positive developments on that front.
Perfect. Increased political will. Musa, did you have one word?
Okay, thank you, James. I want to say that the COVID-19 gives us the opportunity to address the issue of vulnerability in our society, and it also highlights the necessity to build efficient policies to support the poorest communities, including ASM workers.
Thank you. And Leah as well, one word, and then we're going to session 4. Thank you.
I'll keep it short to say I think it's highlighted the criticality of systems approach versus a siloed approach or solely a B2B approach.
Perfect. Well, thanks again to the event organizers, to all our panelists, and to everyone that participated in the questions, and I'm sure we can continue the chat there. Welcome to session 4 in a couple of minutes' time. Thanks again, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to session 4. And our session 4 for this event is entitled From Disruption to Development, Catalyzing the ASM Sector. I'd like to thank Pact and the World Bank for organizing this really great event. My name is Nelly Mutimeri. I'm from Moot Consult, a Johannesburg-based advisory service in the mining and mineral sector. I'm also an associate professor with Wits University School of Mining Engineering in Johannesburg. Yes, I know. Yeah, mute. I was repeating myself. Apologies to the audience. I didn't realize that would happen. As I was saying that, I think the really great thing about being on the end of a program like this is that everybody has been really primed to be participative. We've been primed for the different issues for focus. And I think what I like about our session is that it is forward-looking. So, we know what the challenges are, but can we actually look into the future in terms of a positive approach? We all know that COVID has brought about major disruptions to our lives and to ASM, which is the focus of our event. In the preceding sessions, we've been reminded that some of the worst impacts of the COVID pandemic are being borne by segments of society that are the most vulnerable. Is making a challenging situation even more challenging for the ASM sector, particularly because the ASM sector is at the core of many rural communities and rural economies. And this pandemic has brought about such untold misery in those communities. But I think what I'm taking away from this, how the world has reacted, particularly the ASM sector, is that even though with all this, right off the bat, the actors and the partners who are in this sector that we are all involved in have taken a stance that as much as they're dealing with alleviating immediate impacts, there's already been a forward-looking strategy, they're not losing sight of the future. In the first time I encountered this, I think Christina in the opening session referred to it as being paralyzed by fear. And this, I encountered women at the launch event of the Association of Women in Mining in Africa. And the women, the sentiments they were expressing really told me that they were saying, yes, this is really impacting us really negatively, but you could already tell that the vibe was that we have to look beyond what this pandemic is doing to us. And to discuss this approach of forward-looking, we're not going to be paralyzed by fear. We have a really fantastic panel that I can introduce them quickly now before I hand over back to Nathan, who's going to play us a video from one of the ministers of from some of the countries that have ASM very active. We have Ludovic from UNEP, and we have Pauline, who is going to join us. I think she's having some challenges with connectivity. She will join us. Pauline Mundia, who is the Secretary General of the Federation of Small Scale Miners Association of Zambia. Then we have Sven Renner, who is a program manager for the Extractive Global Program Support for the Trust Fund of the World Bank that has been doing a lot of really interesting work on the pandemic. And then we have Alec Crawford, who is from the IGF, the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development. So this is the panel that we've lined up for you. But for now, I'm going to hand back to Nathan, who is going to play us this video from one of the ministers. Thank you, Nathan. Back to you.
C'est un honneur pour moi de prendre la parole à l'occasion de ce forum d'Delve et de vous présenter le secteur minier centrafricain. Les activités minières en Centrafrique restent limitées à l'exploitation artisanale de l'or et du diamant, malgré sa forte potentialité en divers minerais, et constitue une source de revenus non négligeables, employant entre 150 000 à 200 000 travailleurs directs. Le déclenchement de la pandémie à COVID-19 en février 2020 a impacté négativement les activités du secteur minier avec comme conséquence économique la fermeture des frontières, l'amenuisement d'investissements, le blocage des exportations dû à la suspension des vols internationaux, le risque d'augmentation de la fraude et de la contrebande, le désintéressement des activités du diamant au profit de l'or, la chute du prix du diamant sur le marché international et national. Le pays a exporté 1423,43 carats au premier trimestre, 0 carats au second trimestre, 12 848,59 carats au troisième trimestre et 28 500 carats en ce début du quatrième trimestre. Cette légère amélioration s'explique avec l'arrivée d'un important bureau d'achat, CCO, sur le marché national au troisième trimestre. Contrairement au diamant d'or, l'or reste une valeur refuge avec une production de 238 kg au troisième trimestre de l'année 2020. Le gouvernement a adapté la mercuriale d'exportation de diamants bruts pour tenir compte de la chute du prix du marché international, ceci afin de permettre au bureau d'achat d'exporter en cette période difficile. Avec l'appui des partenaires financiers à travers les projets d'épargne sur financement de l'USAID, Boudica de l'Union européenne, des réformes hardies sont en train d'être menées dans l'artisanat minier. Il convient de préciser, avec l'appui de la Banque mondiale, nous sommes en train de rédiger une nouvelle politique minière et une stratégie de développement du secteur minier, faire une revue fonctionnelle du ministère en charge des mines afin de l'adapter à la réalité du pays en mettant un accent sur le renforcement de capacités des cadres. Reviser le code minier de 2019 en intégrant les meilleures pratiques dans le domaine de l'exploitation artisanale et des mines à petite échelle. Appuyer à la professionnalisation des coopératives minières en intégrant le problème de genre. Dans le cadre d'appui à l'artisanat minier, nous avons organisé l'élection du nouveau bureau de l'Union nationale des coopératives de Centrafrique, UNMCA, en vue de le rendre dynamique.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you found that video informative. And like I said, we have a really powerful panel for you, and I'm going to start with Ludovic. So Ludovic, as I said earlier, you are with UNEP, and you have been actively involved in mitigating and addressing the environmental impacts of the ASM sector for quite many years now. I'm not trying to age you by any chance. In the present, I know that you're very active in the efforts around global mercury abatement for the artisanal small-scale gold mining sector globally. You've been listening to some of the discussions today in the first three sessions and the opening session. I was wondering if, from what you've heard, you see opportunities where UNEP could respond to some of the risks that are emerging from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly on ASM communities. And maybe in addition, you could also share with us how you think that some of those interventions could be structured and what they could look like. Over to you, Ludovic.
Thank you, and hi, everybody. I'm Ludovic Bernoda, as Nelly just mentioned. So I'm working in UNEP, and we are leading a big global environment facility funded program called Planet Gold, which some of you, I'm sure, have heard. And we are currently working in 9 countries around the world, and not only UNEP, but we are coordinating a program with UNDP, with UNIDO, with Conservation International. Basically, the COVID-19 pandemic hit us in the first year, at the end of the first year of implementation. So we could really witness what people have said today, the total breakdown in value chain of gold, the incapacity of some mining communities in countries where the lockdown was very strict to sell their gold, so to get any income at all, because as we all know, the people need to sell gold every day to make an income every day. So that this really, all the 9 countries of the program have really witnessed a big change at the beginning of the year in the way gold was sold, extracted. Of course, a lot of countries over time have recovered, and this was in the last session we talked about alternative routes of exporting gold, which are probably at the moment, at least in some countries, less legal than they were in the past. So the opportunities we see now in rebuilding better after the pandemic are twofold. I think in the Planet Gold program is first, we need to really put a lot of efforts with our partners to rebuild legal and formal channels to export gold. And for this, we're working very closely with gold consumers, with gold refiners, with tools that will allow us also to help with the due diligence process so that we recapture a maximum amount of gold back into the formal channels. As for the last 8 months, it has gone mostly in informal channels. Second, I think, is we need to really step up our technical assistance in producing gold more efficiently. And as you all know, when we do separate the gold properly, use gravimetric methods, and then proper extraction techniques, the production rate and the recovery rate increases. And miners will need this to make up the lost income that they have suffered in the last 8 months. So I think it's an opportunity to really work with the mining communities to, as soon as possible, increase their income by increasing their productivity. And that will mean for us reducing mercury use, of course.
Thank you, Ludo. I think the word that you mentioned, which have also been mentioned on the news and in such other discussions, is building better. So really, this catalyzing the development of the ASM sector beyond COVID is also about building better. And I think, as you say, technical assistance in the efficient production of gold is one of the key things that needs to be supported. Thank you very much for that intervention. If I can move to you, Pauline. Pauline, can you hear us? Can you wave if you can hear us? Fantastic. Pauline, you are the Secretary General of the Federation of Small Scale Miners Association, Zambia. And so because you're from an association, and we've heard quite a bit from other entities and actors in the ASM sector around the globe. And what I was wondering, if you could perhaps share with us your ideas or your thinking around how exchanges between different regions could help us to find creative ways for solutions to address the impacts of the COVID pandemic. Over to you, Pauline. Around the globe. And what I was wondering, if you could perhaps share with us your ideas. Pauline, if I may ask you to mute your other device. Help us to find creative ways for solutions to address the impacts of the COVID pandemic.
Professor, good evening anyway. Sorry that I had to join you late, but then finally I've joined you. Can you get me?
I think maybe you need to mute your other device so that I made the same mistake when we started. If you have another device that's, maybe you want to mute that.
Sorry that I had to go late, but then finally I've joined you. Can you get me?
Maybe you need to Okay. Sure, yeah. So Pauline, while you're sorting that out, let me move to one of the other panelists so that we can save on time. Sven, you're the program manager of this EGPS Trust Fund in the World Bank. And the World Bank has played a very important convening role with regards to responding to this pandemic, particularly around the data collection aspect to inform, first of all, to let us know how COVID is impacting the sector and possibly inform interventions in the future. You've now launched, you launched an emergency response window to address some of these challenges. And the first intervention was this data collection exercise. I wonder if you could perhaps share with the audience some of your reflections about how other institutions that are relevant and interested could act and act swiftly and perhaps in partnership with others. For example, in mining areas where ASM is impacted by COVID. Examples maybe of institutions that you can think of and how they could actually act. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Nelly, and greetings to everybody. I'm really impressed about the number of participants of this webinar. I thought, Nelly and your audience, I might just take you through a bit through the mechanics of making funds available to activities that we have all talked about, specifically the data collection, and shed a light a bit on what we intend to do with it, with the data that has been collected. So I'm managing the EGPS trust fund, which is the world's trust fund, the World Bank's trust fund that gives grants to its clients, meaning as opposed to lending operation, what we provide is grants for very specific activities, for very sort of targeted activities, and as opposed to lending operations, what we can do with these grants is act relatively quickly, and we hope or we aspire to do that in a very demand-driven way. So when the crisis, when we saw the crisis evolve, what we recognized relatively quickly is that it might produce a substantial demand for support, especially in ASM communities. We expected food insecurity. We expected, of course, a health crisis exacerbated by migration from cities into rural areas, an increased carrying of contagion and putting burden to health systems that already weren't the strongest. We expected, of course, disrupted trade chains and risk of increased informality, criminality, all the topics that have been discussed earlier in this webinar, and of course, gender-based violence being one of the points that we wanted to look at, and we realized that while the crisis was playing out, there was an increased donor interest for an engagement. But at that point, it wasn't easy to understand which were the areas and where were the areas that we could make a difference. So the first thing that we did was a disbursement of $400,000 for actually the data collection, which financed a large part of the data collection that we have been talking about. And it was through the cooperation with Delve and numerous organizations on the ground that we, I think, managed to get a unique set of information and that provided us with the necessary basis to engage in a targeted way. So in parallel, what we did, we established a specific funding facility for an engagement in ASM with respect to the impacts of the COVID crisis. By July, we had the first donor. It was Switzerland that made available $1 million for an engagement. And I guess that this quick lining up of donors was very much related to to the sequence of activities. And the first one being really trying to understand what it is that's happening on the ground and where differences could be made. By August, we had the first public call for proposals that would address the needs that we had identified with this data collection. And the reaction that we got was overwhelming. We had around 160 proposals that came in, out of which we selected 22 interventions in 20 countries. And most of them are on stream already at this point. Some of them are still in the process of allocation of the funds. But at this point, what I wanted to highlight, or what I wanted to underline, Nelly, in response to your question, what is it that we take away as a lesson? And you might imagine that the World Bank isn't the sort of most agile institution in reacting quickly to an upcoming situation. So I guess that in order to become active and in order to being able to engage in such a short time, what was necessary was basically two things. And one of them is being willing to engage with organizations that never had worked before with the bank. It was organizations that really worked in the field and knew where the demand was and how to respond. To engage with organizations that never had registered with the bank took, and that is the second lesson, I guess, a lot of work. So we had a team working, and I just have to mention Rachel Perks as the head of that team, who did a wonderful job in overcoming all the complications that we have in formalizing the agreements and permissioning the work to small organizations on the ground. But I'm personally really very happy and impressed with the outcome. So that is, if you wish, the first stage. In the meantime, more donors have come up, and we expect to collect at least $6 million for interventions in the near future. And those interventions, what we are going to do is not repeat a call for proposals, but what we're going to do is really use the data that we have collected, or that in partnership with all the organizations that we've heard of today. And we are tailoring specific interventions that respond to the needs that we've seen. We expect to, or we started already tendering these activities through the eConsult in the World Bank, and that is sort of what we're looking at right now. In the next coming months, I would guess we would be tendering works that respond to those needs with a budget in the order of $5 to $6 million. I'll stop here, Nelly, but I will be very happy to sort of add anything more practical and less bureaucratic to the discussion whenever you deem it convenient. Thanks.
Thanks for that intervention, Sven. I think being somebody who's been a consultant for the World Bank, I understand the bureaucracies. So I have an inkling, I'm sure many of our audience have an inkling of the kind of bureaucracy that goes into giving money from the World Bank. But it looks like you guys have come up with ways of trying to mitigate some of those challenges, and you managed to identify worthy projects that you have supported. And I think you've got 22 countries. I hope, as you say, you've raised more money, that maybe there's an opportunity for other funders we have more, in Africa alone, we have more than 50 countries with ASM. So if we're talking globally, so there's many more countries and many more communities that need the kind of intervention that you're supporting. Thank you very much for that intervention. If I may move you to Alec, last but not least. So from the IGF, I know that you have been looking very carefully at some of the presentations that we've had from the ministers. And I was wondering if, particularly looking at how some of the findings of some of the work that your members have actually undertaken, if you could maybe just comment generally on what that means in this kind of forward-looking approach that we are all exploring and all trying to promote as a response to a more long-term and thriving approach to the COVID pandemic responses. Over to you, Alec.
Of course. Thanks so much, Nelly, and thanks for including me in the panel. As mentioned, the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development, or the IGF, has 76 members at the moment, and the majority of those are from Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. So as you can imagine, artisanal small-scale mining is a big part of the work that we do. It's a big part of the interests and concerns of our membership. When the pandemic struck, we reached out to the members to see how it was affecting their ASM sectors. And as you can imagine, for governments, it hit quite hard for a lot of them. So some reported that they'd had to cancel some ASM programming, unfortunately, as a result of overstretched budgets or redirected government priorities. So programming around capacity building, reducing mercury and cyanide use, biometric registration of ASM miners. There were programs that had to be canceled, which is of course another tragic aspect of this pandemic. But that said, quite a few were also did mention that they were able to either continue with programming despite the pandemic, or actually design and implement new program support programs for these communities, which is very encouraging, I think. So first and foremost among those are health-based awareness-raising programs around the virus, distributing sanitation and protective equipment to miners, including face masks and hand sanitizers. Governments mentioned gold buying programs in light of disturbances and closures of supply chains, direct monetary and food aid, and further community support and development funding. So all very encouraging. They also mentioned that they were continuing to get market information to ASM communities oftentimes, which is good, trying to map and demarcate areas for ASM activities, training programs on best practices. These were continuing. There were also kind of what I would say nimble or rapid efforts that governments put in place to try to accommodate miners in this space. So quite a few mentioned that they were allowing new license or permit holders, for example, to delay the start of their operations. For slightly larger operations, they were extending tax exemptions for those operators who have seen orders for parts and equipment blocked by supply chain disruptions. And they were deferring penalties on late royalty payments that have been made impossible by the pandemic. So they were trying to find ways to accommodate these communities and these miners, which I think is quite good. Most reported that the programs didn't differentiate between men and women. So perhaps an area that is in need of improvement. Although there was one case where one responding country did note that access to financing support did include gender considerations in its evaluation criteria. So there, some governments are starting to think about that, which is good. I think it's safe to say that across the board, getting support to these communities was difficult at the best of times, but it was easier and typically extended to those who were carrying out their activities in accordance with existing regulations. So those miners that had been through a formalization process, is much easier to get relatively to get support to those communities and to those miners. And I recognize the fact that in many countries, particularly our members, formalized miners are certainly in the minority. But there are benefits to formalization that we're seeing. Several challenges remain. Over the next 6 to 12 months, our members were saying that the crisis has exacerbated many of the existing challenges that their ASM sectors were already facing. New challenges have also emerged, but it's certainly exacerbated existing challenges. Mobility constraints and reduced budgets will further undermine any government's ability to properly monitor and track illicit activities. For more remote and inaccessible deposits, governments from our member base are anticipating an increase in illicit and illegal mining. So it's going to be tough to get that under control, given, again, restrictions on movement. They saw that the eventual reopening of borders and exports could also lead to increased illegal trade should purchasing office be overwhelmed with supply and potentially surging prices from pent-up demand, really incentivize illegal trade. And then finally, disrupted training and support programs could set back any efforts at formalization in the sector and improving the environmental and social performance that we see coming out of those communities. So quite a few challenges remain. Low mineral prices, disrupted supply chains. We've heard a lot about these sorts of things already. Reduced demand from economically affected purchasing countries. Just foreign buyers not being able to get to these countries because of travel barriers. This is all going to continue to challenge the sector and challenge the ability of governments to support the sector. We've talked a lot about how it's clear this isn't just a mining issue, it's a sustainable development issue, it's a livelihoods issue. And I think that among our governments, there's certainly a recognition of the fact that there's a need to support these communities, not just because of what they contribute to the mining sector, but what they contribute to income, to livelihoods, and to the communities around them. So there's certainly, within our members, from what we're hearing from them, a recognition that a lot needs to be done. They're trying their best. They're trying to get support programs to these communities, but it's not going to get any easier over the next 6 to 12 months. So the challenges remain, and support needs to come from organizations like EGPS and others. So looking forward to the discussions, but I'll hopefully be able to pass it on to Paulina now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that intervention, and Alec. It's really interesting to get the perspectives of your members. I think later on in the discussion after Pauline, when we go to another round of questions or points, I would like you to address some issues around your members around shortening supply chains. Just a warning, shortening supply chains, particularly from the perspective of governments that are trying to benefit more from local beneficiation and value addition. So on that, I would like to move to Pastor Pauline. Pastor Pauline, can you hear me? And if you can hear me, right? Good, fantastic. Yeah, okay. So I don't know if you remember the question that I asked, but I'll repeat it anyway, just for the audience's sake. I was asking if you could perhaps comment on whether you think cooperation or exchanges between the different regions of the world that have ASM could help us to find solutions on how to deal with the impacts of the COVID pandemic on the ASM sector.
Thank you very much, Professor. I mean, that is a very good question. And I must apologize, I had a technical problem, but then anyway, it has been sorted out. But then to start with is that I actually support, the cross-regional exchange. It's very, very important in the development of ASM. But then I think the best catalyst of developing such a thing is probably to separate the two. In most cases, we combine artisanal and small-scale mining, but these are two different categories because we have got two different needs. The artisanal, their need to develop is actually formalization, whereas the small-scale mining, their need to develop is capitalization, which will lead to mechanization. And then the other thing is that why I'm saying that there is need, to separate the two is that artisanal mining is considered as some kind of livelihood activity. Others call it hand-to-mouth activity, and others actually say it is a poverty-driven mining activity. But now when we look at small-scale mining, of course, is already formalized. Most of the activities are formalized. So the small-scale mining has the potential to become a rural economic development vehicle. So I think if we separate the two, it will help us so much, in advancing the way of cross-regional exchange. And because then once this is done, then there will be needs to form associations in these countries, and later on form a regional association, something that I would call maybe in Africa, the African artisanal and small-scale mining. And then maybe in the Caribbean Pacific, also call it the Caribbean Pacific artisanal and small-scale mining. In Asia as well, including the Latin American. And then, because this is going to provide a platform, for easy sharing of information. And later on, probably there will be needs now to create what I would call a global and apex, body that will be able to voice out on the issues, which will lead to meaningful development of ASM. And then this will create a platform whereby it will be very easy to share information, because then at that time, there will be this one global institution, whose job would be, to lobby and advocate on the issues of ASM, the whole world. Why do I say that? Because at the moment, we don't know what is in Zambia. We just know what is happening in Zambia. We don't know what is happening in Zimbabwe. That relationship, that link is not there. So that makes it very difficult, to have this cross-region exchange. And then once that is done, then it will create a vehicle to know what is happening in the other country. And I know that this COVID-19 has actually crippled, or I can say it has threatened the effectiveness, and survival of cross-region exchange, because it has disconnected many countries, and also contributed in the inability of economic interaction, even human development. But if we are to utilize information communication technology, that is the only way that will be able to bring us together. But then this won't be possible, if we are connected, because at the moment we are not connected. Even in Africa, we are not connected. See? So if we are not connected in Africa, how can we have effective cross-region exchange? If people in Asia are not connected, it's not possible. So there's that need to be connected, and then we can be able to have this cross-region exchange become meaningful. And I actually support the cross-regional exchange, because it has got very good benefits, and then the most important benefit is that it will facilitate smooth exchange of valuable information necessary to address both national and regional ASM challenges related to good governance, especially for the associations. That is very, very important, because these are cross-regional exchange programs, will be able to learn from each other, to learn, good practices, especially on the good governance. And it also provides an opportunity to address issues related to environmental matters, mechanization, and also the right marketing mechanism, which will be able to lead to meaningful development in ASM. The second point, which I think is also important, is to help to build capacities in other countries, in those regions where development of ASM is still sluggish in terms of formalization and also capitalization. The third point, which I want to mention now is, the cross-regional exchange, is able to influence economic and sectoral policies or programs that will stimulate rapid transformation of ASM from poverty-led mining aspects to rural economic development vehicle. Why do I say this?
Yeah.
I, in particular, I've been an ASM for 30 years. I've not been able to graduate. And yet, there's potential for me to graduate. But now, because we've been put together, the micro operators who are artisanal, who are informal, and also the small scale who are formalized, put together. So now it's like, the attention that is given to us is not what really
Pastor Pauline,
we are treated as micro, and yet not all of us are micro, because the small scale miners are not micro. Their needs are different from the artisanal, and so I think there is need, to separate.
Absolutely, I totally hear you, Pastor Pauline. I can see you're really passionate about this collaborating and working together. In fact, at the risk of aging myself, it almost reminded me of what for those of you who are as old as I am, what we used to have called the CASM program, which also, again, for Sven, for your information, was run by the World Bank, where we all came together to learn from each other from different regions. So I think the points that you make are really, really important. I think that's something that for people like Sven and Alec and maybe Ludovic, being part of multilateral organizations, can actually think about. I think there's a really, really strong point that Pastor Pauline is putting across. If I may, maybe just, I think we have a few minutes to have another round of making points. If I can go back to you, Ludovic. I know that, so broadly in terms of forward thinking, you've shared with us your thoughts around that. I was wondering if you perhaps could comment on how that forward thinking that you have with regards to the COVID impact, or addressing COVID impacts, applies to how your programming has been impacted by the pandemic. I know I'm involved in one of your projects in Guyana. And so the work that needs to happen so that you can then have those programs has been impacted by COVID. How are you managing to actually address that in kind of with the idea that your programming has to have this forward-looking perspective?
Thank you. Yes, and I really appreciate this discussion. I think it brings a lot of good ideas. The program, the way, because it hits us in at the end of the first year of 5-year implementation, a lot of countries still hadn't confirmed the sites where we wanted to work. So Guyana, the one very well, was much more advanced than other countries. In some of the countries we had identified sites, we had already started discussions with the mining communities, and then everything had to come to a stop because at least in 2 of the countries of the program, there was absolutely no travel possible to the site. So it was really hard to, to begin to establish relationship with the community, and then not being able to follow up for all these months. In some other countries, it hasn't been as bad because the selection hasn't been done, so there's no break in communication. But in all countries, I mean, part of the program is also, as people have mentioned, it's formalization, it's working on streamlining the value chain together with the local authorities, with the national banks, and this work has continued during the year. So, and that's what I meant when I initially spoke. I mean, it's important to really try to capture as much as possible of the gold back into the formal economy. And during the year, we have worked with all these 9 countries into building this up with the governments, with the official channels. I think someone mentioned having a gold buying program, this might be a good idea to kickstart, the move back to the formal economy. A gold buying program cannot be sustainable in the long term, but it could be what's needed to just bring everything back into line, and then so that the miners in the end, it's for the benefit of the miners too, because in all our projects we ensure the maximum amount of gold, of dollars paid per gold, which is probably not always the case in the current channels, the parallel channels that have been established over the last few months. So yeah, we have been able to work, but not as much as we wanted on the field. So hopefully on the next year will allow us to do that.
Thank you very much, Ludovic, for that intervention. So we have 5 minutes that I would like to do the last round over. If I can go back to you, Sven, if you can give us the comments and that the ones that you said you were itching to share with us in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelly. It wasn't anything specific, but I'm going to sort of pick up the comments that that we've heard from Pauline. Exchange of information is essential, as is, I would think, a regional approach, and also sort of picking up your comment, Nelly. CASM, of course, has had a massive role in the past as a convener and as a source and distributor of information, and we hope that our engagement with Delve will at least, to some extent, be able to inherit part of that function. But we are not stopping there. I think I should maybe mention that after the current engagement that we do in ASM, sort of as a package that relates to COVID-19, what we plan to do is open a specific funding facility to engage in ASM in the Sahel. And that, why that region, we think that a regional approach is necessary because this has also been sort of mentioned in the webinar today. Gold trade doesn't stop at the border, and it in order to address illegal trade, smuggling, and also financing of violent groups, a regional approach seems to be the right thing. But at the same time, we do not think that that we can sort of approach ASM in all its specificities with the regional or just from the top down. What we really want to look at is to reflect on why the track record of international organizations in engaging in supporting formalization has been so poor over the years. And what is it that we missed? What is the mechanism? And we suspect it is probably one that will not be easy to tackle, that we have to look at in order to really support ASM. We've been hearing that now for a couple of hours to understand that ASM is a source of livelihood, as a fundamental source of livelihood that is sort of the second in most regions after agriculture. What do we have to do in order not to only understand it, but to establish it and have the adequate policies to establish it as a sustainable sector? And we think at this point that in order to really formalize, but formalize not only to bring under the control of the states, but formalize with all the privilege that a formalized sector has. We really have to look at things as the security of tenure of small-scale mining. Because the situation that we find in many places is that small-scale mining exists as long as the large-scale mining company doesn't show up. So what is it? What is it that we have to have in place in order to give these people a perspective to, that goes beyond the 1 year or 1.5 year license that they have, which is no time if you want to really establish it as a sustainable sector that gives you livelihood not only for the time being but for a longer time. This is maybe something that I want to pick up from your comments and from Pauline's comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention, Sven. If I can quickly move over to Alec and then for a minute, and then we give a minute to Pauline for their last comments.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Alec.
Thanks very much, Nelly. I would just echo what the co-panelists have said. I think that from an IGF standpoint, we'll continue to support our members in efforts to bring these kinds of ASM communities and miners into formal legal and economic systems. That's crucially important. It was important before the pandemic, but from what we've seen from our governments, and I think it's pretty clear from today's discussion, those actors that were part of these formal economic and legal systems were easier to reach when it came to support programs around the pandemic and potentially more resilient to those kinds of shocks. I don't think this pandemic is the last shock that we'll see. So if we can continue to support these communities through formal training programs and financing and access to markets, those sorts of mechanisms, it will mean that hopefully the impacts of the next shock, whether it's a slow onset thing like climate change or a shock like another pandemic, won't be felt as hard as they have this time. But I'll leave the last word to Pauline.
Thank you for that, Alec. Pauline, would you like, in a sentence, if you are in a sentence we have this guy's IGF, we've got the World Bank, we've got UNEP, and a whole lot of other people in the audience. In what sentence, what would you say around your idea of cross-regional collaboration?
Thank you very much, Professor. I think we just have to, we need to work towards that, just to have a global kind of collaboration is very, very important, and we need the support of World Bank, and I know we need everybody's support, for this to be successful and be meaningful. Thank you so much. And especially
thank you very much. So, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
No, because we don't know when this pandemic will go, so it means there is need not to spread, the capacity of using ICT. It's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you very much to my panel. And it was a very interesting and very rich discussion. I wish we had more time. ASM is a subject that is very close to my heart. I think in one sentence, what I could say from what you have all said is that collaboration, partnership, and the democratization of sharing information on developmental discussion platforms is going to be the way to go. And on that note, I'd like to say thank you and hand over back to Nathan. Nathan, back to you.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. We've now come to the very end of this amazing virtual forum. Really an incredible event, pulling together people from all over the world, exploring the impacts and implications of COVID-19 on small-scale mining. So for those of you who are with us in the morning, we did open the event with representatives from the organizing institutions, so the World Bank, the IGF, and Pact, and they were reflecting on what they were looking forward to with this event. So we thought we'd end the event by bringing back those panelists, or the representatives of those groups anyway, to hear what they learned and to see what reflections and themes and ideas they're taking away from everything they've heard today. So if we can start, I'd like to start with Christina Villegas. This morning, Christina, you really spoke about the importance of elevating and honoring and really acknowledging the local institutions, the people on the ground, the mining associations, the local private partners, others who really, heeded the call to action when the pandemic started and really made a difference at a field level. And having heard today's forum, I definitely your view has been supported by all of that. I wonder what reflections now you're taking away from what's said today on how we as a community can further support such institutions and really increase not only their recognition, but also their capacity.
Yeah, sure. It's a big question, Susan. Thank you. First of all, I've just been delighted by the content of the conference. Nathan and Rachel and everyone behind them, they've done an amazing job. So just bravo and brava to both of them. As far as what I've taken away, I think with these kind of conferences, I think it's easy to get overwhelmed with the problems. And I think it's harder to find solutions and to motivate yourself to really focus on those solutions. There's an American TV show that many of us have grown up with in the U.S. And the man who started it, Mr. Rogers, often said, don't just notice the event, don't just notice the crash. Look for the helpers. And I think that's really good advice to think about for this. We had this horrific event around the world, but we've also had a number of folks who've stepped up. And that's from no matter where they are in the world, in Mongolia, in Colombia, in Zambia, in Switzerland. We all have a role to play. And we should really focus on what we can do and really focus on that versus be overwhelmed. So for the private sector, I think the solution that I really want to focus on was something that Leah Butler said, which is moving beyond silos, moving beyond these B2B relationships. And I think the lesson is to move beyond that. So if you're sourcing from a community, don't just focus on the buying part. That's really important. But, is there something that they can work on that can help build resilience locally? Are there micro savings programs? Are there environmental rehabilitation programs that can help with food security? Things like that. With associations, this is like the focus of my work in 2021 and 2022 is really capacitating them, connecting them, as Pauline mentioned, with technology, with power of networks and convening, really helping stabilize their funding structures, and making sure that they're stable organizations so that they can help us build back better. I think the last thing I wanted to just highlight was something that was brought up a number of times, which is looking at new business models in gold and diamonds and colored gems, and really all things, but those are the things I like to focus on, the shiny ones. I think, for folks who are working in countries that host ASM, I think the model to look at is what Zambia has achieved. And that is with Madam Pauline's leadership, with Susan Wheeler in the US and their colleagues. They really built on the infrastructure that existed already, the Federation of ASM and the WIM Association in Zambia, and really help facilitate direct relationships. So moving from a colonial model of sourcing, let's be clear, to a new power relationship. And I think that's where we need to be going, and I want to applaud them for that. So those are my takeaways. Lots of other thoughts, but I'll keep it to this.
Christina, thank you so much. That was a great summary, and those are all very, positive, practically oriented suggestions to take away from, what was and is a very overwhelming situation. So thanks a lot for that really practical commentary. I'd like to next turn to Alec. Alec, this morning it was your colleague Greg Radford who was speaking about the IGF survey of member countries, but you elaborated on it in session 4. So that survey revealed, impacts on health and economics, and also, some activities that the countries were planning to do to respond to the pandemic. And I wondered, now that you've heard and seen everyone else speak, if you think that their experiences align more or less with your findings, or if you might have come across some surprising information, some new ideas, and also how you're going to take forward not only your own findings, but sort of the collective information from this community to really inform your future activities and your future programming.
Thanks a lot. And yeah, tough to follow up those great comments by Christina and Mr. Rogers, but I'll give it a shot. I think the day has been inspiring for me for a number of reasons, because, first and foremost, we've seen that there's been a great mobilization of actors from across civil society, the private sector, governments, international organizations to really address some of the key challenges that are faced by this sector. It's clear that for the communities and the miners themselves, and for governments struggling to deal with some of these challenges, that they haven't been forgotten in this, and they're not in it alone. There's a lot of actors that are behind them, kind of rooting for them to get through this stronger than they went into it. So while it's obviously a tragic event that is ongoing, many of our members saw it as potentially an opportunity for changing things for the better, and I think that this event has made it clear that that sentiment is shared by thousands of people around the world, and they're ready to help. So that's wonderful. Out of the event itself, I mean, from the IGF's perspective, we'll continue to support governments in any way that we can in their efforts to ensure that ASM is a driver of development, that it operates within kind of formal economic and legal systems. And one of the ways that we can do that, I think, is because we have a broad membership base, is through promoting collaboration and partnership between countries, between institutions, across borders and kind of regional neighborhoods. It came out particularly in the last session, but I think it's been a recurring element of all our discussions today that countries should be reaching out to each other, and really moving forward together in a collaborative sense. So hopefully through that we'll get to where we need to get. But I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Susan.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Alex. Yeah, and on that point of collaboration, that actually segues very well into comments by Christopher Sheldon. Chris, this morning in your comments, you noted that you were very grateful for a collaborative platform like Delve, which really did a great job in bringing together the global community working on ASM right from the beginning of the pandemic, and try to identify solutions and really activate the community to respond to the challenge. Also, I heard you say this morning that you were looking forward to this forum to hear, not things the way you thought they would be, but how they really are. So I wondered if now that you have heard what everyone has to say, what are your reflections on how things are and how you would like to see things go forward? What are your main takeaways from today's forum?
Thank you very much, Susan. I certainly wasn't disappointed by today. It really exceeded my expectations coming into the event. And one of the things that stood out for me probably the most was just the global community that's been formed around artisanal small-scale mining. For those of us who've been working this for a long time, and I saw a lot of friends on the screen today and many newcomers, there's a real strong sense of community on working on these issues. So that's something that really stood out for me, and I was just very glad to see that happening again the way it is through the Delve platform. But I realized how interconnected so many of us are on these issues. I mean, firstly, COVID's a global issue, but artisanal mining and how it's impacting people is truly global. Whether we heard from Sahel or East or Central Africa or Colombia, Bolivia, Mongolia, or other parts of the world, a lot of the issues were just coming out very similar impacts, very similar issues. But that was also true in terms of the commodities, whether it was minerals for industry or gemstones, colored gemstones, diamonds, gold. A lot of the issues coming out to be very similar as well. So I think there was a lot of common things that really came through. But that I think is helpful, because then we can try to address those things together. But I was also struck by several things that were said by throughout the whole day. It's just that this crisis, is it also really an opportunity for us? One of the main things, and particularly listening to the mining associations talking, is just how, and also some of the governments, how important this sector is in their economy, in their domestic economy. So this is an important sector, and it's impacted a lot of people. So is this also an opportunity? And some of the last sessions about different business models, we're trying to find new ways through this. Is there something that can be retained from that will actually make things better for miners in the future? And what can we learn from that? So that's where I'd like to actually go a little bit deeper. What are the things that have come out of this crisis that are opportunities for us to be able to change things for the better? So that then brings me to what can I do about that? We did, we were through the World Bank and our partners. We were, very grateful for the support of donors and the network to be able to identify opportunities to support miners directly. So I'd like to expand that. If we get more funding, that we could expand that and provide more of that direct support. But also through our country programs, we have a lot of World Bank country level programs, lending operations. How can we adapt those to better support countries at this time, and even modify those programs to reinforce some of these good practices? But the last thing really, and that's I think points to all of us on the meeting today, is this global community, this global advocacy. What more can we do with that? How can we be a better voice for artisanal miners and for the whole artisanal mining community, so that we can really bring positive change through what's been a very difficult time? So they're my main takeaways. But I've just been delighted to be part of it today. It's been a really incredible event, and I just want to thank not only all those that were organizing and putting it together, but also everybody that participated. Really made it a very rich and rewarding event. So thank you very, very much to everybody.
Thank you so much for those remarks, Chris. And I'm sure that everyone would like to also thank you, the World Bank and IGF and Pact, for putting together on this and organizing really an amazing event that I'm sure it was a lot of work to put so many people and so many voices on the same platform, and a really great continuation of the sense of community that the Delve platform has been able to generate since the beginning of the pandemic, and even before, of course. So I'm going to turn it back to Nathan for very final remarks. And again, thanks everyone on this particular final roundup, as well as all of the speakers on all of the panels, whether by video or in person. It was a really fantastic event. So back to you, Nathan.
Great. Thank you, Susan, and thank you so much to our speakers here on this panel, and then also those that joined the previous panels. We really, all the content that was contributed as well and went into this, I think we're just really appreciative of what's been able to come out in this day, and hopefully what we can carry forward. I think just the arc of the program and talking about the impacts of the pandemic, but thinking now towards solutions and opportunities, as Christopher said, and community. I think that's really where I'm excited to see what can continue from this. And so just thank you to everyone for joining. For those that are still on the line, thank you as well for all the comments. and questions that were submitted throughout this event. We'll make the recording available online shortly after this presentation so that you can rewatch and share within your networks. So with that, thank you to everyone for joining us, and